your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Tuesday, it's the Allen Stiles Show. But we are residing in Zachramento as the Sacramento Kings take care of business against the lowly Charlotte Hornets. 130-88. We have a beam. Houston, we have a beam, or should I say Charlotte? We have a beam, and we'll see what happens with Charlotte, man. They are a complete mess. So we thank them for being terrible. 14-42 now, 5-22. And, you know, as a wise man once said, who was in Washington and is now in Milwaukee, at this point, you just don't want to be that team. And the Sacramento Kings weren't that team last night. They don't lose to the Charlotte Hornets. They had no business losing to the Charlotte Hornets. They blow the line of 11 out of the water, and they do it in an impressive fashion. It is Zack LaVine's coming out party. He had a couple good games prior to this, but nothing like this. And, you know, a lot of people from Chicago have talked about, look, man, the one thing about Zack LaVine, when that dude gets hot, he gets hot. And we saw Zack LaVine red hot last night. We will break down just how hot he was. And, you know, 18 points in a quarter, and he only played about 5 minutes in that quarter. He could not miss. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Kings as they looked to get on the right side of things and get a W after losing to the Pelicans, getting smacked by the Warriors. This was the palate cleanser that they need. And, you know, everyone knows how I get down. And ultimately, the question is, do you feel differently about the Kings after last night? Well, the short answer is no. But I am a huge proponent of compartmentalizing things. And we can enjoy this win and still feel like we have no clue what this team is going to do. And we'll get into all of the pocket watching and what this means. And the Hornets off of back-to-back now have to go and face the red-hot Warriors. So I feel pretty confident that the Warriors are going to get that done. So the Warriors are going to be able to keep pace with the Kings and keep that game lead that they have. The Kings are going to have an opportunity in March to get that tiebreaker. So we understand all that. But this was just a night that everyone needed, right? And I understand a lot of people are going to chime in, and I'm that person too. Look, man, the Hornets are terrible. They were missing, on top of being terrible, they were missing dudes, right? It was a bit of a shameless defense with LaMelo Ball. There were a lot of doubles. They weren't all-out blitzes, but they were more so get the ball out of his hands pretty early, and he struggled. And that's how you have to play it. You are at the point in this season where you can't be too proud. You know that song, I know this before Kyle's time, I ain't too proud to beg. Shout out to Temptations. I ain't too proud to blitz. That's what it is for the Sacramento Kings at this point in time. For them trying to get W's, trying to stack wins, and trying to somehow, at the very least, make their way out of that 9-10 seed. And it's not going to be easy, but last night was a damn good start. As we break down Zack LaVine's performance, of course, we will get into all that. We have some notes. We have Christie's cuts, as we always do. Also, we will get, I don't know how much of an update we will have before the show ends on Keon Ellis and his ankle. The report was, and this is from our guy Jason Anderson, the report was that Keon intended it coming back in the second half, but he felt a little bit more soreness, so he decided against it. I would tell you right now, I don't know what the reports are, but I would not play Keon in Utah. I wouldn't do it. I understand that every game matters and every game is important, but you should be able to beat the Utah Jazz with your $40+ million player who played like it last game, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Jake LaRavia, who's really come on as a defender, still waiting for that shot, but really came on as a defender. Devin Carter got some burn yesterday. He made a step back three. So I would not play Keon Ellis tomorrow night against the Jazz, but I'm not the coach. And it's not easy to keep these guys off the court if Keon feels like he's ready to go. I remember Keon had a really bad ankle turn, what was that, a couple months ago? And we thought he was going to be out for a while. And I'm pretty sure he played that next game. So not sure what's going to happen there. I would just err on the side of caution, specifically because March is coming. Just like winter is coming, March is coming, and March is going to be really difficult for the Kings, and you're going to need everybody, all hands on deck. So I personally wouldn't play Keon tomorrow night, but we will see what happens there. We'll also break down what to take away from playing such a bad team. Obviously, the Hornets, they're in the Cooper Flag, Ace Bailey, Dylan Harper sweepstakes. So what can we take away from that game, and what can we say, all right, that team just kind of stinks? And it wasn't all good. You know, there were situations. I feel like everyone understood in that third quarter the Hornets were going to do something. And I don't know any Hornets fans, but I do feel bad for Hornets fans. I was talking with Chris Watkins and Brennan Nunez, and I think we even had some fun with this on the show as LaMelo and Miles Bridges and the crew, they end up getting taken out at about the 5 or 4 minute mark. How many fourth quarters have the Hornets starters actually finished? I know we looked it up, and LaMelo plays 32 minutes a game. I don't even know how he gets to 32 minutes. You have 14 wins. You have 42 losses. I don't know how many fourth quarters that those guys have actually finished. And it gets to a point where I wonder, it's impressive that LaMelo is putting up these numbers now that I say this, but are they even getting better, right? You're firing yourself up and getting out there and going out there every single night. It's NBA basketball, don't get me wrong, but that is a level of NBA basketball where you're just, how do you motivate yourself? I do feel like you're teaching, and look, man, to bring it back to the Kings, that's the tough thing about tanking. You have to fight the culture of every day the Hornets roll the ball out expecting to lose. Every day, I would imagine the Hornets' goal is to cover the spread. Not even win the game. The Hornets' goal is to have their starters finish the game. That is a culture of losing that's really hard to fight. And you got to be careful with your franchise players because you get used to it. I've told this story before. You know, back in my day when I was playing, we had really good talent, right? But the culture was terrible. When our program got, blown up, other guys that left to play that weren't seniors, they went and had really good careers at really good places, but the culture was a mess. So I feel really bad for Hornets fans as now they take on the Warriors, but hey, sucks to suck, and the Kings, you got to take care of business, and that's exactly what they did. So the Kings go out, they get the W, and look, there are some issues that we saw last night. But a plus 36 from Zack LaVine was not one of them. 42 points, 8 of 9 from three-point range. Just insane. Like we said, we'll get into Zack LaVine more in depth, so I don't want to do it too much here. Domantas Sabonis, weird game, okay? He had 7 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists. He was not needed. So I guess if you're going to have a Domantas Sabonis version of a stinker, do it against the Hornets where you're not really necessary and not really needed. DeMar DeRozan, a quiet 18 points, 8 of 8 from the free throw line, plus 8 on the night, 4 of 12. Again, not a great night from DeMar DeRozan. And this is why someone gets paid $45 million, right? To take care of business. On some nights, Zach, just go take care of business. Malik Monk, 13 points. He was a plus 25 because of his 10 assists. We'll get into Malik's turnovers. Some just terrible, awful turnovers from Malik Monk, but he was a plus 25 on the night. Keegan Murray, another quiet night, 10 points, 5 rebounds. He did have 2 steals. I really liked what I saw, honestly. I think the quiet, the unsung hero in last night's game was Trey Lyles, right? I had talked about Trey Lyles and getting his three-pointer back. He hadn't been playing as much lately. Gets 13 minutes. Some of that is garbage time. Gets 13 minutes last night. He was a plus 28, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 2 of 2 from three-point land. That is the Trey Lyles that, again, nothing eye-popping, but if you can get that from your 8th, 9th man on the bench, I like that. I like to see that.
Trey Lyles movement.
I'll take that all day.
He was also a DNP in the first half.
Yeah, and he did not play in the first half. Great call, Kyle. Jake LaRavia, 16 minutes, didn't attempt a shot, but was a plus 28. That was I am a scrapper. Jake LaRavia plays like the JV, the kid on JV that gets pulled up to varsity. Nobody really knows why he's on varsity, but the coach loves him because he just does all the right things. Doesn't have the most talent. Not a great shooter, even though he can shoot the rock. Not going to kill you offensively, but he's just in the right place at the right time. 5 assists, 2 rebounds, 3 fouls. Screw it. Get 3 fouls. Who cares? Go out there and defend somebody. Plus 28 didn't score a bucket, didn't attempt a bucket. Jonas Valanciunas, 14 minutes. He had 6 points and 8 rebounds. And Markelle Fultz hit a 3, and that wasn't a Domantas Sabonis, I got all the time in the world 3. Shot clock winding down. He got that thing off fairly quickly. 5 points for Markelle Fultz. He was a plus 12, 2 for 7 from the field. He had 3 steals, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. Look, watching him, we will learn more about him. Did I see him? And some of the duties, the point guard duties, were traded off because Malik Monk is still going to handle the rock. He still handled the rock when De'Aaron Fox was here. So I still need to see more. A lot of people chime in, the fans and listeners and prognosticators. Markelle Fultz going to do this, going to do that. I'm not going to BS you and sit here and act like I've watched a bunch of Markelle Fultz film. So I'm still trying to figure out what exactly Markelle Fultz is. So look, I'm not saying y'all out there are doing that, but I still need to see more Markelle Fultz. But I like what I saw. Like I said, Devin Carter, 9 points, 1 of 2 from 3-point land. He had that step back, albeit in garbage time. Young Rook. Go get your confidence. I don't think he needs any more confidence, but go get your confidence right at the NBA level. So a feel-good game for the Kings. I was in bed before 10. Like I said, I am shameless. When the starters came out, I boogied on over, got in my car, and got the heck up out of there. So it was a win for everyone, and it's going to be a win for the next 4 hours. So let's break down Zack LaVine and his performance. I also want to say a note about this starting lineup. Because if anybody remembers how tired I was of the Cam Johnson conversation, I'm getting there with the starting lineup. And Doug Christie, I think, found a way to get exactly what everybody wants in a different way. Let's talk about it on the other side. Allen Stiles, Tech Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with the California Army National Guard. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Now we resume action, and LaRavia comes up with a steal at midcourt to LaVine. He's feeling it, firing it, and hitting again. 36 for the Zach man, and I have a smile just crossed his face as he hits his 6th three-pointer. It comes up empty. Kings come right back with it. LaVine, heat check. Oh, my! He just drilled one from close to 30 on the right wing. 39 season-high points. 15 here in the fourth quarter. We've only played 4.5 minutes in the fourth quarter. It's 110-78. 10 assists. Here's LaVine again. You betcha! We're seeing something special here in this fourth quarter. Zack LaVine has just rung up another triple. He's now 8 of 9 from downtown. He has a season-high 42 points. And the Kings, who had seen a 20-point lead cut to 9, now lead this game 115-78.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Can I just say that obviously I am very fortunate and blessed to be able to go to these games as a media member. So I know most people don't get to go to that many games. But can I just say, if you have been to a game, I know they haven't played a lot of games since adding Zack LaVine and games that have been a lot of fun, but what they've done, so, you know, whenever someone makes a three or a tough shot or a dunk, there are certain sounders that they have. We joke about the Malik Monk one. Trey Lyles has one, of course. Thank you, Malik. And they're really hitting on this Zack LaVine one because they're playing Fiend from Travis Scott. And Zack LaVine, it's not just that either, because shout out Scott Moak. There's something that they have on their soundboard, or it's just Scott Moak making an echo with his voice. I think it's the former and not the latter, but I'm not sure. And it is hitting. When Zack LaVine takes flight or gets on a heater, the Zack LaVine, and then the Fiend comes in. It's pretty nuts. And it is exciting stuff because what was it they had? De'Aaron Fox. It was a Fox song. I'm blanking on who it was, but it was fine, but it was not hitting like this. So if you get to see a game and hopefully it's a good one, Zack LaVine gets on a heater. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. As we break down all things Zack LaVine, 42 points, 16 of 19 from the field, 8 of 9 from three-point land, plus 36 in 31 minutes. Shot a career-high 84.2% from the field and 89% from three for the second time in his career, minimum 4 3-point shots in a game. Fourth quarter, he had 18.7 for 8 from the field, 4 for 4 from three-point range. He was a plus 19 in 5 minutes, 23 seconds played. It's the most efficient 40-point game in Sacramento Kings franchise history. We'll hear from Zack LaVine and, just getting into his rhythm, also from Doug Christie. But real quick, I just wanted to take a second to talk about this starting lineup thing. And I understand, that's right, Ward is hopping on the Sack chat. Foxy Lady by Hendrix. That's what it was. Thanks, Ward. And it was fine, but it was not hitting like this.
I don't even remember that.
It was just a guitar riff. So I'm hearing it in my head, but it was not hitting like Fiend
I
is
didn't
hitting.
even pick up on that.
There
They
you
really
go.
missed an opportunity with What Does the Fox Say?
There you go. Well, we're moving on. And speaking of, we have some notes on De'Aaron Fox as the next time the Kings will be in Golden One Center will be against De'Aaron Fox and the Spurs. And Kings fans, they reacted a little bit when De'Aaron's picture was put up on the Jumbotron. So we'll break all of that down. But as far as the starting lineup, look, man, I'm done. And call me out if I get back to this. A lot of it, because I was never in the camp of making a move, but I know so many people were talking about it that we had to speak on it. But I'm done. I'm to the point where I was with the Cam Johnson thing. I just want some people, and I understand everyone's making content. It's new media. Everyone is you can fan how you want. I don't police fandom. I never have, and I never will. But to see the different lineup net ratings after every single game, can we give it a rest? Okay? Can we give it a rest? What happened last night? And obviously you had Keon Ellis getting injured, so we don't necessarily know how things would have gone. But you had Malik getting subbed out before 5 minutes. Okay, so that was essentially what they were doing to not replace the starting lineup, but hey, we're going to sub in quickly and often, and that is how we are going to, I guess, combat some of the issues that we've been seeing from the initial starting lineup. And that is how, here it is. Seems like, this is what I said last night, seems like instead of starting Keon Ellis, Doug Christie is opting for quick subs. Malik Monk gets subbed out less than 5 minutes into the game. That is similar to what they did with De'Aaron Fox as well. And to me, that is kind of the safest way to do this. No egos get hurt. Everyone deserves to be in that lineup separately. Doesn't mean that it all works together, but I believe that is what Doug Christie is probably going to do moving forward, because look, you lose to some tough teams. That's not to say that something else won't come about, but I don't need to run to the net lineup net ratings after every game. This team, I've said it time and time again, and you do not have to agree with this. I am not, call in and say you don't agree with it. I love it. But I am not going to sit here. I decided last night when I saw Keon Ellis come in for Malik and 5 minutes hadn't even passed in the game. If that's how Doug Christie's doing it, I understand the Hornets are terrible. So I don't necessarily know how much that's going to help or not help. And then Keon Ellis gets hurt. So we have to see how this whole thing unfolds. But we're about to hit March. There is a month and a half left in the game. With everything you have on the line, with DeMar DeRozan, I don't know if they're trying to convince DeMar DeRozan to stay or not. You still have to find a suitor, right? Zack LaVine, you're paying him close to $50 million. Malik Monk, you've kind of played with his emotions from moving him to the bench, and then he's a starter, and then you want to talk about moving him back to the bench. I think Doug Christie hit on something. It's the safest way to do it, and I am done talking about the starting lineup.
Can we officially add it to the banned list? No more Cam Johnson talk. No more starting lineup talk.
Well, look, if somebody wants to call it, I'll talk about it. I'm not going to lead into it, okay? I'm not going to, hey, I just found this. Should we have a start? If you want to call in and give your take on it, I love it, and we'll have that conversation. But I am not going to initiate any of these, any lineup trades moving forward.
Okay, I'm down with that because, like I said yesterday, all of these conversations revolve around roster construction issues, and people are trying to find solutions within the margins when the actual answer is they just don't have a good enough point guard.
Exactly.
And that's fine.
Exactly. And if you were to sit Malik and Keon got off to a great start, he had 2 threes early, but if you were to sit Malik, you would see some of the issues with Keon in the starting lineup. It's not a perfect lineup. That's the thing. These net ratings, it shows you what's better or what's not better, but nothing is perfect. And this roster is not perfect. So you go the safe route. This team isn't having a parade. Let's not piss off anybody else, and let's see what happens. That's where I'm at.
Well, and at the same time, if you play well coming out the gate, there's no reason to make switches. Doug's
exactly.
Shown that time and time again. I mean, he stuck with that lineup that was Malik Monk, Zack LaVine, Jake LaRavia, Trey Lyles, and Valanciunas for like 8 minutes because they were the ones that were going on that gigantic run at the end of the third and into the fourth. So if you come out the gate, and part of the reason they made those subs is they were down 10-7, and then Keon came in and he hit a 3-pointer. If you come out the gate and you're up 12-4, we don't have to make subs. It's fine. So I think you're right. This is the best of both worlds for now until, we have to see if Keon Ellis is even going to be playing going forward to keep those rotations.
We hear from Zack LaVine and Doug Christie when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Charlotte on an extended road trip where they're playing a total of 9 games on either side of the All-Star break away from home. Got buried in Portland. They had closed from 20 down to within 9 here in Sacramento in the third quarter. But the Kings walk off the floor, winning by 42 at 130-88.
You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Get off me. Go away. Move. That's the 500 bug. That's a 500 fly that we're trying to swat away.
Oh, I thought those were Hornets.
Nicely done. From the Sacramento Kings as they move a game over 500. And look, everybody is feeling good. You get the Utah Jazz tomorrow. We'll have that preview for you. Another team kind of just lost in the sauce and just doing things. Teams just doing things. And you have the Kings and Zack LaVine. And Zack LaVine was doing some things last night. Zack LaVine, he spoke to the timing and rhythm and feeling good about just where they're at right now. Here it is.
It's good, obviously coming into a different situation, but, that's what you expect. And for me, everything is just time and rhythm and comfortability. So, Debo would tell me to be yourself for the longest. Obviously, I'm coming in trying to figure out, where I'm at and what to do. But, the more I get familiar, I'm starting to get it.
I definitely thought that was Doug Christie. I thought Kyle played the wrong sound.
I totally did also when I first heard it. I was like, wow, Zach and Doug. Maybe we're just all in the hyperloop of hearing Doug all the time.
Yeah.
But I was like, Jesus, this sounds exactly like Doug. I don't know. Maybe it's just a Seattle thing. I don't know.
Yeah, well.
It's good,
That is Doug Christie.
It's good,
All right, now let's hear from Doug Christie on Zack LaVine.
I've known Zach and the way that he plays and what he's capable of. And he and I have had conversations. And to his credit, I thought that he's been trying to fit in. And we need him to be himself so that we can figure out how to best support him. That doesn't mean he's going to come out and give 42 every night, but stay aggressive, be aggressive. Once all of a sudden the trigger is pulled and they begin to hit you with double teams and all those different things, share the ball, guys will make shots, and, that's it. But it was really good to see. I mean, once one went in and then another one, I was like, okay, he's probably going to go heat check here. And it was just really good to see.
Great stuff from, I think, Doug Christie, not Zack LaVine.
Okay, let's play this game real quick.
Yeah.
Is this Zack LaVine or is this Doug Christie?
It's human nature sometimes.
That's Doug Christie.
It's good,
It sounds like his son. That's what it sounds like. Not as deep, but the same tone.
I've known Zach and the way that he plays.
Great stuff there.
It's good,
I mean, that sounds like
it is. Yeah, it's crazy. It sounds like Doug.
It's good, obviously.
Great stuff there from Zack LaVine and or Doug Christie and or Zack LaVine.
It's good,
And the whole thing is everybody understands. That's a problem with these trade deadline moves. Everybody understands that it's going to take time, but you don't have a lot of time. So it taking 6-7 games for us to see this from Zack LaVine is not unrealistic in the grand scheme of things. But when you're fighting for a playoff spot and you only have a month and a half left in the season, those 6-7 games are really, really important. So that is why these moves at the trade deadline can put everybody in a tough spot as far as expectations and what people want to see and how fast they want to see it. You talk about it being a microwave society already. You put on top of that, hey, we're in the midst of a playoff battle, and you're dropping in a new number one. You could argue number one option in Zack LaVine. That's going to take some time, and that's time that we don't have. So, again, great stuff. People are going back and forth about the whole blowing up conversation, and apparently Draper spoke to that yesterday. I'm talking with somebody in the Sack chat about it. Look, everything is going to reveal itself, right? We still, again, as positive as we can, optimistic as we can be now, we still have to see this team beat a good team. The Zack LaVine, the interim beam team, Zack LaVine and the crew, they have not beat a good team yet. They haven't.
They beat the Dallas Mavericks without two of their main players and all their centers. They
barely.
They beat the Pelicans 2 times and lost once, and then they've beaten the Charlotte Hornets.
So, and there's going to be opportunity, and somebody on the text line, 916, and if you want to be a part of the conversation, Kyle, let's open up the phone lines. It's a Feel Good Tuesday, so let's get to everyone who wants to be a part of the conversation. Text line's always open, and of course, the Sack Chat. 916 says, if they win 4 out of the next 5, I'll be impressed. And I'd probably agree with you on that because I know the Rockets are part of that next 5. And again, look, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The Mavericks have been playing well. Don't get me wrong. I know they just got blasted by the Warriors, but the Mavericks have been playing well. I am not looking at the Mavericks game the same way I'm looking at the Charlotte Hornets or the Jazz. So, yes, if you win 4 out of the next 5, which means that you would have beat the Mavericks, and on top of that, or some combination of beating the Rockets, the Mavericks, and the Nuggets. You get 2 out of 3. You get 2 out of 3 against the Rockets, the Mavericks, and the Nuggets. Yes, I would be very impressed. But they have not beat anything close to the Rockets or the Nuggets in this interim beam team. And they it took a 40 ball from DeMar DeRozan to beat the Mavericks the first time. So, look, we feel good about everything that's going on, but we understand that we still need to see if they can compete with the good teams.
Yeah, if you want to flip the conversation around there, the Mavericks just got done getting smoked by the Warriors. They have to go play the Lakers tonight. Then they get the Hornets and the Bucks and then the Kings. They're looking at it like, oh, thank God we finally have a little bit of an easier game going up against the Kings, right? So we might be saying, oh, the Mavericks are one of the easier games on the road trip, but the Mavericks are kind of saying the same thing about the Kings.
And it's the same. I don't think anybody is looking at the Rockets as an easy game, but look, that's the reality of this. It's not trying to be disrespectful. The Rockets are looking at the Kings, and we'll get there when we get there. The Rockets are looking at the Kings saying, This is a game we kind of have to have. It's just a numbers game, right? That's a game at home that we kind of have to have. And I'll get even more disrespectful, if you will. I think the Jazz, all things considered, are saying, hey, again, they go out prepared to lose every single game. But I think they go out and they say, hey, we have the Kings tonight. I mean, we got a shot. They're not going to be favored, but we might be able to finish out this game. They're 14-43.
You like Jazz?
Hey, we can maybe have our starters finish a game tonight.
You like Jazz?
It's not the Thunder or someone like that. So the Kings have to understand that. Take it as disrespect. Take it as a chip on their shoulder and take care of business. That's where we're at. Going back to the Kings and the Hornets, here are some of the notes. Kings hit 7 of their first 10 3-pointers, including 2 from Malik Monk. I think those were the only 2 Malik Monk made. LaVine and Keon Ellis. They had a 20-point halftime lead, which equals the Kings' second largest of the season. That 24-point blowout at Golden State was the other one. De'Aaron Fox didn't play in that game either. Kings hold Hornets to 45 points at halftime. That's the second best, tied for the second best of the season. Kings committed a season-high 8 third-quarter turnovers. Yeah, the Hornets are so bad. I was watching the third quarter thinking they might not cover, but I still was not worried. It was more about, okay, back to reality. This team still has issues. They're not going to lose this game, but the fact that this is happening, there's still I'm glad that they have the Jazz next game because there's still some things they need to work out. I was never worried about the Kings blowing that game, but it was, oh, here we go again. They still feel like playing soccer today.
Okay, I've got a quiz question for you. In the first 9 minutes and 15 seconds of the second half, how many points do you think the Kings scored?
I mean, it was some bad basketball. I'm going to say, 7?
9.
Yeah.
In the next 9 minutes and 15 seconds of the second half, how many points do you think the Kings scored? After 9 to start, how many did they have after that?
Just 15?
In 9.5 minutes.
Oh, 20?
41.
Wow.
They scored 41 points.
Yeah.
This is from when it was, I think, a 9-point game at one point until they pulled the starters. They scored 41 points in 9.5 minutes. And that's the story of the Kings offense, right? A stretch where they score 41 points in 9 minutes and a stretch where they scored 9 points in 9 minutes. And it averages out to 50, and 50 can get you a top 10 offensive rating in the league, but they turn the ball over a lot. And when they turn the ball over a lot, that's when the offense gets stagnant because they don't have that guy who can just get you a bucket to kill a run. And
well, they do. I mean, DeMar DeRozan is that guy.
I guess DeMar DeRozan is kind of that guy. He's no De'Aaron Fox in terms of just getting to your spot and scoring, but
I'm not going to go back and forth with you because I very much disagree with that. I would trust DeMar DeRozan to stop a run before De'Aaron Fox. And maybe this is prisoner of the moment, but like I said, we have plenty of time to talk about De'Aaron Fox as he was booed, or his picture was booed.
Bottom line, this is kind of just the story of this offense, right? It's just giant runs where they look like the best offense in the league, and then stretches where they turn the ball over a bunch and it kills runs, and they have bad transition defense, and they're hitting sort of 360 dunks on you on the other end of the floor.
That's right, Miles Bridges, and I think that was on 3 in the Key. Somebody said that he'd have a pretty nice dunk. I think that was Dave, so Dave must have hit on that. I will say, the reason I would give the Kings a little bit of grace is because, look, man, I know Draymond talks about I got to play the whoever in February or March. It's hard to get up for that. The Kings were super motivated because they had just got their butts whooped by the Warriors. So, look, a 7-minute stretch of bad ball against the Hornets when you had already built up a lead, I'm not going to harp on it too much. The only reason there is cause to talk about it is because it is some of the same issues that we've seen against good teams. If they did bad stuff that wasn't typically in their character, then I really wouldn't care. But the fact that they did it again, they did what they've done against good teams makes me feel like, oh, okay, so those issues are still there even against a bad Hornets team. Because if you do it against, I don't know why I feel like the Jazz are a little bit better. I mean, I think the Jazz are probably going to be healthier.
You like Jazz?
Than the Kings. So if you do it against them, it might be a closer game. I still think the Kings will be able to figure it out. And moving forward, you do that against the Rockets, you're done. And I would say you do that against the Mavericks, you're done. Right? So, and of course, if you do it against the Nuggets, again, you are looking like food against those next 3 teams. So you need to realize that. And I don't think they'll be favored in any of those 3 games except maybe the Mavericks, and it's in Dallas. So I don't know.
That's going to depend on who's playing for Dallas and possibly Sacramento, although I don't know if Keon Ellis playing or not playing is going to shift the odds that dramatically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's probably a coin toss game. Kings versus Mavericks. Both teams are kind of in the same place. Mavericks are probably going to be, they play the Hornets, so I guess they'll get that feel-good win, but they're going to be probably going on a losing streak. unless they beat the Lakers tonight, which I would be a better man than me if you think the Mavericks are going to beat the Lakers tonight.
I mean, that is, if you are a betting man, that's the one to do. And I would say for those out there that dabble, there's going to be a lot of money out there. So if you're not aware, Luka takes on the Mavs tonight. It's in LA, so no return to Dallas quite yet. I would be very careful. There's a lot of money on Luka's over tonight. It's at 31.5. I don't think Luka's going to play poorly. I think they might just beat the brakes off the Mavs. So I could see Luka with a 28-point double-double, 28-point triple-double. I would be very careful taking Luka's over tonight. Or he goes for 50. It's one of the two. So he's not going to have a bad game. I can tell you that much. And we know that. He should have drafted me when he was pointing at Vlade Divac. All right, let's get to Christie's cuts on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Want to have enough money for retirement
and travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Danzig live with special guests Down, Aboth, and Cro-Mags. Saturday, March 22nd, 6 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Danzig.
There's no better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep because it's Jeep Adventure Days at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, offering the best deals in town and a selection other dealers are jealous of. Stop on by. They're just off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call. At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested and will greet you with a smile. They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later. They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys. So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Drive and kick. Gets it back for a rainbow three in the corner. No good. Valanciunas has the rebound. Ahead now to LaRavia. Looks for, finds a streaking LaVine. Beats the buzzer as he got to the basket on a full-fledged run to the rim. His first points of the second half come in the final 1.5 seconds of the third quarter.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle, let's get right on into it as the Kings get the W. It's time for Christie. Am I hearing something?
Coach Doug Christie here for your
We
truck
good?
headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models
Got
on
it.
sale now.
All right, Kyle is going to work on that. I held that one too. But Kyle is going to work on what's going on there. All good. We can always read you off what he said. The 916 is chiming in saying, when the Kings have a repeat performance tomorrow, I think other teams will be somewhat nervous playing this new Kings team or Beam Team 2.0. I call it the interim Beam Team. I don't think so, 916. I mean, again, look, everyone should be respected. And I know on paper, DeMar DeRozan, Zack LaVine, great. You know, I think that you're not sleeping on them, but it's really just a numbers game. And when you look at some of the other teams that are in the West specifically, you have to look at the Kings and say, hey, they're still kind of trying to figure it out. Let's see what we can do there. All right, Kyle, we're going to try it again.
Yeah, not to bore people with tech stuff, but the system we used to run the sounds just crashed, and I had to reboot it real quick.
Great stuff. All right, Kyle, our Geek Squad aficionado. Let's get to Christie's Cuts. There we go.
We're headed in the right direction with the ball movement. The ability to come up with 30 assists is always my benchmark number for us. 16 offensive rebounds for them, too many. So there are things to work on. 38 threes for us, a little light. Want to get to the 50 numbers is my new number. So, but all in all, thought they needed a game where they started to feel themselves a little bit. Zach, good. Shout out to Trey Lyles coming in and really taking care of business, staying ready. That was big time professional performance. Jake LaRavia, zeros across the board, plus 28. Big time on the defensive end, like all the little things that help you win. We did a lot of those tonight. Yeah. It's human nature sometimes, and I've said this to them before, is like, I get it. It's human nature. It's natural. I don't want natural. I want supernatural. So I don't want you to fall into what most times happens at the beginning of the third quarter for the first 5 minutes, and all of a sudden we take our foot off the gas. It was addressed at halftime, but I get it. It happens sometimes, but unacceptable. Like the start a little bit better, but I think that they have more to give. And I think they have more to give, which is probably even more important what the hell I think. So as long as they go out and they play together, they move bodies and move the basketball, everybody is live. So if you get a good look at one, take it. We're okay. Everyone's in the gym. Everyone's working on their game. So that's a good thing. But third quarter is a super important quarter because championship level teams, playoff level teams, they take advantage of teams who do not come out ready to play in the first 5 minutes. And that can be the difference in an 8-0 or 10-0 or 12-2 run that changes the game.
It's good, obviously coming into a different situation, but, that's what you expect. And for me, everything is just time and rhythm and comfortability. So, Debo been telling me to be yourself for the longest. Obviously, I'm coming in trying to figure out, where I'm at and what to do, but, the more I get familiar, I'm starting to get it.
I like what I see from Markelle. ability to communicate with him is high level. He understands what we're asking him to do. And just a long, athletic defender that can definitely help out. So between him and Jake LaRavia in those moments, I thought they did a really good job on LaMelo.
Great stuff from Doug Christie, and I don't know if you caught that little Easter egg. Kyle slipped in Zack LaVine, if you're just now joining us. Zack LaVine and Doug Christie, maybe we're tripping, but it kind of they sound pretty similar, both from that Washington area. So I don't know if
it's good, you know.
It sounds like Doug Christie.
That is
to me.
totally Doug. I don't know what you're talking about, Zack LaVine. That you're telling me this isn't Doug?
It's good, you know.
It definitely sounds like Doug Christie to me. So great stuff from both of them. And someone is chiming in from the 530. Did Doug Christie just say he wants 53 pointers a game? Yes, he did. Yes, he did say that. And, you know, he kind of came to that conclusion. I think he's saying it in a selfless way and, you know, kind of breaking all that down. This is what, he said. Brendan Nunes had this pulled as well. It's a style of basketball that's about my teammate and about helping my teammate, he said. And Brendan goes on to say they were 20 of 38 from deep last night, which Christie considers good progress, even if they didn't reach that high marker. Yeah, that's a lot. And again, I think it's just based on, hey, we're moving movement. We're moving the basketball. And, you know, time is but a bitter circle, because somehow, some way, we have made our way back between, and I haven't even talked about this yet, but Domantas Sabonis, the offense playing through Domantas Sabonis last night, 53 pointers. All right. Obviously, there have been conversations about defense for a very long time, but those two things, we come all the way back around to a lot of the same things that Mike Brown was preaching. We're back to DHOs and Domantas Sabonis, and we're back to the 53 pointers again. Look, sometimes in life it is the messenger and not the message, because after all that, not to sound like Karl Anthony Towns, but after all that, from the read and react all the way back to Domantas Sabonis DHO and moving the offense through Domantas Sabonis, there are a lot of similarities that we are now coming right back on home to.
To your point, this is actually something funny I looked up. So during the Beam Team season, when the Sacramento Kings had the high-flying #1 offense in NBA history, how many three-pointers per game do you think the Sacramento Kings were attempting?
I don't think they got to 50, but I'll go 46.
Yeah, a little too high. They were at 37, which was good enough for 6th most in the league. I think first in the league that year was like 43.
Yeah.
Which would be the same this year, except for the existence of the Boston Celtics, who are shooting 50 a game, which is crazy that the Celtics are like 7 threes more than any other team. So they were at 37.1, 37 three-pointers attempted. Since Doug Christie took over as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, this completely different version, how many three-pointers per game do you think the Kings are taking?
Probably, 30?
37.
Okay.
They're shooting exactly the same number of three-pointers under Doug Christie as they were during the Beam Team season. Doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
But it is.
There you go. 916 says from UPS, Chris was at the game last night. It was nice to see them take care of business like they should. It was packed as loud as heck in there for a Monday. Yeah, a Monday against the Hornets. But that's where we're at with the Kings, and that's why the best fans in the NBA for a reason. Great stuff from Christie's Cuts. Someone Sweden on the Sweden 22 says it doesn't sound anything like Doug. Does that sound like Doug Christie? Does Zack LaVine sound like Doug Christie? Everyone
is good, you know.
That is Doug Christie to me. You can't tell me otherwise. I legitimately thought that Kyle played the wrong audio.
I did also when I first heard the cut this morning. I'm like, wow, he sounds just like Doug.
It is good, you know.
As we approach the 11 o'clock hour, Kings make some rotation adjustments before the Keon Ellis injury and after the Keon Ellis injury. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-292-7788. 800-292-7788.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
You're faced with a long shot in the heavy rough. Now what? Jessica Marksberry writes in Golf Magazine that while significant challenge. Top 100 teacher Tina Toombs says the first thing you need is loft and a specific mindset over the ball. You need to hold on to the club firmer with your left hand to prevent the club from grabbing the grass. You can elect to play in the back of your stance or play it forward. Playing it forward makes the swing a bit steeper so it can stay open more and the ball comes out of the rough better. She says a 7-wood makes it easier than a hybrid for longer shots. The ball comes out low, but rolls a long way because of topspin. And if all else fails, she says bailing out is an option too, and there's no shame in taking your medicine to avoid compounding your initial error. If you're really not sure, take your 9-iron and get it out. Don't risk topping it and leaving it in the rough. Good luck out there. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
You know, when it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE. It's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
Don't miss your chance to win tickets to the Sacramento Boat Show and Off-Road Expo March 6th through the 9th at Cal Expo, the largest outdoor recreation show in the market. Just go to SacktownSports.com now for your chance to win.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
11 o'clock hour, 1 down, 3 to go as we take you up to 2 p.m. And the conversation is about DeMar DeRozan, Zack LaVine. People still trying to call the Kings the Sacramento Bulls. Don't like that very much. As we see that the Kings were able to get a W against the Charlotte Hornets, and obviously the Charlotte Hornets not very good, right? But you got to win the games that are in front of you. You have to take care of business, and that's what the Kings did. They made some rotation adjustments after the Keon Ellis injury. Was interested to see what we were going to see as far as the timing. And you know what? Even if Keon didn't get injured, with the way the game was going, I know the Hornets made a little mini run in the third quarter, but we probably weren't going to see what this thing really looks like in this game because the game just was kind of out of hand. But what we did see is that Markelle Fultz got the most minutes off the bench in the first 3 quarters. The Trey Lyles movement, he did not even play in the first half. Then he came in the third quarter, hit 2 big threes during a very cold spell for the Kings. Jake LaRavia played some at the 4 with Valanciunas and DeRozan. Valanciunas and Sabonis continue spotting each other. There wasn't much to Dwayne's chagrin, no king-size combo. There was There was a lineup of Monk, LaVine, LaRavia, Lyles, Valanciunas, and they went on a run to pull away at the start of the fourth quarter. Jonas Valanciunas had this to say about some of the high energy from that second unit.
Specifically with that second unit, how did you like to play from that second unit?
And we play with a high energy. I like that, you know. I feel like basketball is, for me, is a high energy. So we play like that, we're going to be good.
There it is. Jonas Valanciunas, great stuff from him. People had some questions about the 50 3-pointers per game that Doug Christie wants. I don't think they're going to get there, but it was more so him saying this is the style of basketball that we want to play. 916 is chiming in. What did I tell you about Fultz? He makes a defense in the defense for sure, or on the defense for sure, and we would have been over 10 minutes playing time without the Keon injury, FYI. Yeah, I read a lot of text, 916, but I'm gonna trust you that you told us about Markelle Fultz. I still need to see more. You know, I thought he played pretty well, but again, we're to the point where this is no disrespect, but if Markelle Fultz is coming to save your season, this season has gone in a direction that I don't think a lot of people had hoped, and we're salvaging. You're trying to salvage things at this point, which is fine, but look, get into the playoffs and nobody has any questions. Nobody is upset about anything, right? So one of the things that I noticed as we go to the minutes is, like we mentioned, Jake LaRavia, 16 minutes, Keegan Murray, 25. Besides Domantas Sabonis, the only starter that didn't play 30 minutes, and again, a lot of that was garbage time. I'm wondering now, does anybody, and he didn't have a bad game. He was +9, 10 points, 5 rebounds. I'm not doing the deep down, bigger conversation about Keegan Murray, but watching Jake LaRavia, does it kind of feel like maybe we oversold Keegan Murray's defense? From the naked eye, you watch Jake LaRavia hustle around, and obviously Jake LaRavia is not the shooter that Keegan Murray is, but you know, we're hoping that Keegan Murray can become the shooter that Keegan Murray was, 2 for 6 last night. But I'm watching last night thinking, I'm not trying to bag on Keegan Murray at all, but I'm watching Jake LaRavia, and look, I'm not trying to sound disrespectful, but the gap didn't seem crazy far to me. Obviously, Keegan is more talented offensively, but I'm watching Jake LaRavia defensively thinking, did we all have on some purple lenses as far as what Keegan is doing? I don't think we have purple lenses on when it comes to Keon Ellis defensively, because you'll see national media chime in about Keegan Murray and how good he is defensively and what he can do and bring to the table. But as far as, Keon Ellis, but as far as Keegan Murray is concerned, I'm watching Jake LaRavia and I'm thinking, am I tripping here, or is it not as big of a gap as maybe you would think, as we've been selling Keegan Murray as this emerging two-way, I don't want to say superstar, but two-way star? I'm watching Jake LaRavia last night, and again, he's not doing anything offensively, but defensively, I really liked what I saw. And maybe Jake LaRavia is just underrated. Maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah. I would say this. Keegan Murray's not an all-NBA defender by any stretch of the imagination. He's just the best the Sacramento Kings have for a team that is not a good defensive team. Mm-hmm. And they were a fine defensive team when it was the winning streak and they were figuring out rotations, and some games where De'Aaron Fox wasn't on the floor, some games where Malik Monk wasn't on the floor. They were starting to piece it together and figure it out. Keegan is just the best option they have because he's the only player on the team that can guard 1 through 4. Mm-hmm. And because he's the only player on the team that can guard 1 through 4, he's asked to guard whoever the best player is on the other team, regardless of position. So I think Jake LaRavia brings some of the same aspects on defense that Keegan Murray does, some of the hustle, the length, ability to stick one-on-one, but also fight through screens. I think a lot of that, you're right, is similar. It's just, again, Jake LaRavia is not an offensive player. So kind of like Keegan was asked to at times, he can concentrate that energy on being a hustler, a scrapper, some of the things he talked about at his introductory press conference, because every time he's on the floor, he is the 5th option on offense, whereas that's not always the case with Keegan Murray.
I'm just going to say it, okay? Because you know what? I don't care. And I'm not saying anyone should do anything. I'm looking here, Kyle, and Jake LaRavia is suffering a little bit from what Zack LaVine suffered from when he first got out to Sacramento, just kind of finding his stroke. He is 42% from 3 this season. He's 36% from 3 from the field. I look, again, maybe I'm being prisoner of the moment. Based on how they are using Keegan Murray right now, all right? Based on how they are using Keegan Murray right now, I feel like I would be willing to make the argument if Jake LaRavia got Keegan Murray's minutes, we would see similar production. Maybe I'm insane. And that more so speaks to how they're using Keegan than comparing Jake LaRavia to Keegan Murray. But there is a part of me that feels like if Jake LaRavia got Keegan's minutes, we'd see similar production. And I don't know what to do with that information, but that's how I feel.
That would be believing that if you got Jake LaRavia into a flow of an offense, he would be able to replicate some of the offensive numbers that haven't been there in Sacramento right now. And maybe that's just, again, to the point of what Keegan's role is. Maybe that's just the role they're asking of Jake LaRavia at this point. Well, I wouldn't go that far to say as making the swap. I do think they should have some LaRavia Keegan lineups together. Agree. Because for years I've been saying Keegan Murray should be a 3. If they made Keegan Murray a 3, you'd be in such a better position on the defensive end of the floor. Mm-hmm. So that way he's not asked to guard Zion Williamson and CJ McCollum in the same game. That's just a really hard assignment to deal with. So I think it works better with the two of them in tandem at times. And they did a little bit of that by essentially saying LaRavia is our backup 3, right? LaRavia and DeRozan are kind of spotting each other most of the time right now, which I think you're getting a big boost on defense by making that switch, but obviously you sacrifice certain things on offense. Now, on a night where Zack LaVine hits 20 points in 6 minutes, you can leave DeRozan on the bench, and LaRavia ends up with the defense. I forgot, he also got the defensive player of the game chain. So on a night where LaVine's hitting 20 points in 6 minutes and LaRavia's winning the defensive player of the game chain, you can survive without it. I think putting LaRavia and Keegan on the floor at the same time without that offensive production, you obviously sacrifice a lot. for defense that is good, but like we said, is not all NBA level defense from either player.
Right. And maybe it's a level of, oh, wow, this guy's actually not getting cooked on defense. He must be elite or he must be very good. No, this is just what a capable defender looks like. If you stand in front of a bunch of first graders, you could be, doesn't make you tall because you're taller than a bunch of first graders. It makes you taller than a bunch of first graders. So as far as the defense is concerned, Jake LaRavia is a better defender than a lot of defenders on the Kings. But yeah, maybe I'm suffering from watching bad defense so often that somebody who is a capable defender comes along and I'm thinking, more so I'm just comparing it to Keegan Murray. And I think that they're much closer there defensively and than they are offensively. Of course, it just more so went to how I think they haven't been prioritizing Keegan Murray. And Brendan, this is Brendan, the insider on the text line, is saying, yes, you are crazy to compare some of the production that you would get offensively. Okay. Maybe I am.
We talked about it before. Keegan's been very, very good offensively over the last 2 months. And the stats we brought up, he earlier in the season, he was number one in 2-point shooting and ability to get to the rim, something Jake LaRavia can't do. And when he does get to the rim, he smokes 6-foot jumpers, which he's done a couple times. So I think you're making that, hypothetical, assuming that if LaRavia was given consistent role, his offensive game would come back, which is a big ask. But at the same time, Keegan Murray, I didn't even realize this. Keegan Murray has started basically every game for the Sacramento Kings for the last 3 seasons.
Yeah.
He has figured out how to exist in this role of, hey, sometimes I'm the 3rd option, sometimes I'm the 4th option, sometimes I'm the 5th option on offense. He's figured out every single nook and cranny of how to exist in this group of the starting 5.
And it's kind of all for naught anyway, because maybe it's not all for naught, but we feel like Jake LaRavia with the ceiling that the Kings have, they can only offer Jake LaRavia so much because of his deal that it's coming over from the Grizzlies. So probably not going to be on the team next season. And if he keeps on doing little things like this, maybe if his shot doesn't come back, but most likely not going to be on the team. But it was more so for me the first time I got to compare Keegan Murray to another young wing and just help me take off the purple lenses for a second. But maybe I took them off too much, and it's a little bit of hating as it pertains to Keegan.
Let me ask you a question about that. So next year, let's say Jake LaRavia isn't on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Devin Carter should assume that defensive player on the wing kind of role here, where we should be expecting this kind of, not all level, but just better defense from the wing position?
But Devin Carter is not a wing, though.
Is he going to play 2?
He's going to have to.
Do we have another 2 guard?
I haven't seen Devin Carter guard wings yet. He says he can, but that still leaves Keegan at the 4 because Devin Carter cannot guard 4s.
Which, honestly, I don't think Jake LaRavia can either. He can do a fine, probably a better job than Devin Carter.
Jake LaRavia is 6'8", 6'9". Devin Carter has the wingspan, but Devin Carter is 6'3".
Right, but even Jake LaRavia winning Defensive Player of the Game yesterday, he never guarded 4s. It was either Trey Lyles was on the floor or Keegan Murray was on the floor.
But that's a larger point with the Kings in general. As we do prop talk, if there is a scoring power forward on the other team, take the over. It's the safest bet in the NBA. Miles Bridges was the easiest bet in the NBA last night. If all these dudes that look like they could be tight ends, right? Whoever it is, Zion, take the over every single time. It's the easiest bet in the NBA. Luckily, the Jazz don't have. Take John Collins tomorrow, please. And I'm probably jinxing it, but he's a little different, because he doesn't body you the same way these guys body you. But I'm telling you, Jake LaRavia, I understand what we're saying, but that's a larger conversation with the Kings. If there is a big body scoring power forward on the other team, take their over, because the Kings don't have someone for it. Besides Keegan, who he does his darndest, but Miles Bridges still got his last night. All right, let's continue the conversation. People want to talk about Keegan Murray, so we're going to read through those texts and some of the takeaways from playing a terrible team. What should we take away? What should we throw out? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
As we have a conversation about what the Kings did, obviously there's still, a big picture conversation as far as the direction that the Kings are moving in, where they should be going. Some people still want to blow it up. Some people want to continue to battle. I mean, the blowing up, I don't really understand, whether you're in that camp or not, I don't really understand why we're talking about it now, right? I mean, the season, you can't blow it up right now. So why are we talking about blowing it up now? Why don't we just see how the season ends? There's nothing you can do. They have to finish the season. And I think whether or not you blow it up depends on how the season ends. So I don't really know what the purpose of talking about blowing it up now may be. Let's see. Now, if you're in the camp, because I guarantee you, if the Kings sneak into the playoffs, a lot of those blowing up people won't want to blow it up anymore because you'll get a taste of the playoffs. Now, do I think this team, and you get to tweak conversation, right? Let's just tweak it again, because we made the playoffs. So that means we're not as far as we thought. As I read some of these texts off, the 775 says, what? Question mark. Now the Kings sharpshooter doesn't play defense as good as the Sack Media hype up. Say it ain't so. So, yeah, I am part of Sack Media 775, and it's not about hyping up. It's just about ceilings. And I think that not just you can separate yourself from how people feel about Keegan Murray 775, but this is not just a media thing. This is also a fan thing. There are a lot of people that don't. Every fan base and every media group, it's not a Sacramento Kings thing. This is what I don't get about Sacramento Kings fans. It's not self-loathing, because self-loathing is, oh my gosh, we stink so much, right? It's a version of we stink and we're bad. So it is a version of self-loathing, but you're not the one loathing. It's, hey, you think that this team is better than it is, and we stink because we always stink. So I guess it is self-loathing in a way. There was somebody that, there's people that will reach out to me all the time. One of the biggest accounts, and they might be listening, I don't know, they'll probably comment if they are. It's the name of the account is Hell for Kings Fans. Hell for Kings Fans is the name of the account. And I don't know, I think maybe when you've stunk for so long, you're just kind of used to it, because I understand that people hype others up. I remember Joe Lacob this past summer, right? He said Brandon Podziemski, we see him as being an all-star. And there were a lot of Warriors fans that thought, Joe, you need to cool off. There are a lot of fans that also thought, hey, maybe Joe's on something. Brandon Podziemski's been playing extremely well during this stretch with Jimmy Butler. So I don't really understand a lot of people, and I'll have people slide into my mentions, and it's just, you guys are always trying to pump up the players. Okay. All right. Now, look, Keegan Murray, he's in his third year, okay? And I haven't been very easy on Keegan Murray myself, but I don't understand. I understand why people always want to blame the media. That's been going on for years. That's fine. That's what we sign up for. But I don't understand why you, ex-Sacramento Kings fan, are so excited to be right about your player not being good. Haven't you struggled enough? At this point, I'd rather say, you know what? And you know what? I go back and forth with Drapes about this, And it's funny because we never really talk about it in person. I'll say stuff on my show. He'll say stuff on his show. He'll lie and say he doesn't listen, but he does. So I will feel him on this. There is a lot of negativity all the time with the Kings. Hey, why don't you just believe that Keegan's going to be better? Will he? I don't know. But what's the point of saying, I told you he'd stink? What's the point of that? He's a 4th overall pick. And I know it's crazy, this coming from me, who a lot of people say I need to be more positive. But sometimes it just gets to a point where wouldn't you rather be wrong about someone than about being good than to be right about someone being bad? If you're a Kings, specifically if you're a Kings fan?
Well, part of it also is playing the long game because Keegan Murray, as much as you want to say, get this guy off the roster now and this and that, it's like, well, sure, but there's a very good chance Keegan Murray's going to be on the Sacramento Kings for the next 5 seasons.
Yeah.
He's not going to hit restricted free agency or unrestricted free agency for 5 more seasons. So, yes, Keegan Murray might not be what you, the fan, wants him to be right now, but Keegan Murray is a really underappreciated basketball player because he is the best defensive player on a below average defensive team that is guarding the 1 through 4 best player on the other team every single night. His defensive ratings are not going to be as good as you want them to be because defensive rating is a function of team defense. Mm-hmm. And his LeBron, LeBron, whatever ranking you want to point to isn't going to be as good because he has to guard the best player on the floor every given night. And he deserves immense credit for sacrificing over and over again to do that when it would be very easy to tell these other players to guard your bleeping man or do whatever else in between. So I look at it and say, he doesn't get enough credit for that, while also, by the way, shooting 47% from the field over the last 2 months of the season. I get it. His shooting numbers were poor earlier in the year, but offensively, he's been as good as you could expect from the 5th option on your offense. Mm-hmm. And defensively, he's the best you got. You can't just subtract him because he is the best you have on the team.
From the 530, Allen, I've said it several times. Keegan is overrated. Do not pay him. This team is not good. Time to blow it up. We need a GM who knows how to build. We can have the blow-up conversation once we know they're not good.
Which, by the way, if they do decide to blow it up, guess what player is going to be on the team through the blow-up? The 24-year-old forward who is on the team based on restricted free agency for 5 more seasons. If you want to blow it up, that makes a better chance Keegan Murray is going to be on the team for the next 5 years.
Yeah, like I said, we can have that conversation. We can have that conversation about blowing it up and the Sacramento Kings once we've decided that this team isn't going to work. We don't know that yet. Am I very optimistic that it will work? No, everybody knows that. But I think what happens here, and I'll tell this story quickly because we're up against it. I do not believe that Keegan Murray is overrated anymore. Okay, I think that this is a cycle that happens, and At one point, he was maybe, if you want to call it overrated, sure. Maybe going, because think about his timeline. He goes into last season after breaking those rookie three-point records. Yeah, there were large expectations. After this last season, I don't think he's been overrated. I think people have looked at him and said, okay, we need to bring in, we thought Keegan was just going to keep ascending. Last season, he did not. We bring in DeMar DeRozan. Hey, is that going to take shots out of Keegan's hands? Yes. And then on top of that, you bring in, and look, I even said that the whole Steph Curry, Keegan Murray thing, he should have posted him up. And when he did, it didn't look great. So Keegan can be better. Don't get me wrong. But I truly don't think that Keegan is really overrated anymore. This is what happens. When I was, back in my day, when I was at De La Salle, and I'll never forget, this was freshman baseball. So freshman baseball, and there was a doubleheader. And I don't think the guy would care if I use his name, but I don't need to. And this guy, it was a doubleheader, and the varsity coach was there. This guy, he hit 3 home runs in 2 games. Okay, so he had 2 home runs in one. He had 1 home run in the other while the varsity coach was there. And it set his whole career up. After that, he did play JV as a sophomore. It started every game. Didn't matter what he did, right? And after that, he played varsity. I think he started every game on varsity junior and senior year. He set up his whole career based on one day. And at one point, he was overrated. But by the time senior year came around and he was the 6th hitter in our lineup, he wasn't overrated anymore. Everybody saw, hey, yeah, he had that good stint. We thought maybe he was going to be a real dude, play college, whatever it was. And he just ended up being a pretty good player. He was a starter. He lettered. He won a championship, but he wasn't that guy. By the time he got to senior year, he was no longer overrated. I don't think Keegan Murray is overrated anymore. If everybody is texting in saying that Keegan Murray is overrated and everybody is calling in saying that Keegan Murray is overrated, I don't believe he is overrated anymore. I believe he is properly rated. Now, where he goes next, that remains to be seen. But to what Kyle has said in the past and what we have said on this show, what do the Kings want to do with him? What do they want Keegan to be? Because you've just had a whole year where Keegan has been forgotten. You got Allen Stiles fixing his mouth to say that Jake LaRavia could give the same offensive production. So now next season, you're going to say, hey, DeMar actually wanted out, Keegan. Now you're the second option. They have to be if you still have him on the team. Restricted free, when you have him on the team for that next season, restricted free agency. So they got to be very delicate with this. We are way over, but great conversation, so it's worth it. Let's talk about the Kings roster and what will happen and what are the takeaways from playing a terrible team. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Northwest Exterior.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Tuesday forecast is looking cool and foggy to start. We will also have some drops in visibility due to the fog for the morning drive, but into the afternoon, we're looking at mostly sunny skies, a bit of a north breeze, and highs today in the upper 60s to low 70s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Northwest Exteriors wants to keep you warm this winter with our $89 furnace tune-up. Trusted in Sacramento for heating and cooling systems. Book your tune-up today as part of our 30th anniversary special. Call 888-TRUST-NW or visit trustnorthwest.com.
Simply the best. Trust Northwest.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end. People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done. But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up. You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer. So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Who's the price guys? Bell Brothers.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Colin Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with the California Army National Guard. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Seth Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Seth Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Seth's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
On the right wing, ball against Malik Monk. Drives, squares up for the floater in the paint. It falls out. Monk has the rebound. He accelerates up the right side, moves toward the middle of the floor, shovels left wing. LaVine steps into the three. Nothing but net. Zack LaVine's on a heater. It's 104-76 in favor of Sacramento. Timeout, Charlotte.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
A nice Keegan Murray conversation. It's all because Jake LaRavia is a plus 28 without scoring a basket, plus 28 without attempting a basket.
Yeah, without taking a single shot. So do I get credit for that for my dog at the game? Because specifically when I picked LaRavia, I said his offense would come back and he didn't take a shot, but he was also plus 28 and won the defensive player of the game chain. So do I get credit for good dog or bad dog?
I would get credit. You plus 28 and he played over 10 minutes. Well, he played 16 minutes. That's a dog. You get that one. That's a lion. Is that
It's a dog. It's a big dog.
That is not a dog. All right.
That dog is ugly.
916-339-1140. We are having the Keegan conversation, and 530 says, I'll say it a different way. This team overvalues Keegan. And I would respond by saying, 530, every team overvalues their young talent. Every single team. Because they're the ones that drafted them. And every fan base overvalues their young talent. You know, until it does get to a point, though, right? It does get to a point, though, because you have, I think that, you know, I saw a lot of people saying the whole Podziemski thing actually turned them off. And that's because the Warriors wanted another star. And when they essentially made Podziemski untouchable, they said, come on, Joe, this is a little ridiculous now. Now they were able to get it done and hold on to Podziemski. So there it is. So there does come to a point where the team does separate from the fan base, but I don't think that's happened yet. Now, if you're saying, Allen, I'd be willing to move Keegan Murray for Cam Johnson in the offseason, then that is where I would say, okay, I agree with you. That is a feeling that you have that I don't think that the Kings would do. But going into this season, when the report came out that Keegan Murray was off the table in Lauri marketing conversations, I think a lot of fans still going into the season thought, yeah, I don't want to move Keegan yet. Then this season gets off to a slower start, and everyone says, dang, we should have moved Keegan for Lauri Markkanen. But going into this season, not to speak for everyone, I do think that people still felt like, I don't really know Lauri Markkanen. Is he even a winning player? I don't know that I want to move Keegan just yet. But yeah, after Keegan gets off to a cold start the first 2 months of the season, of course you would move it. But that's not how it works. So great stuff there from the 5-3-0. So what are the takeaways from playing a terrible team? What are those takeaways? All right, these are the takeaways that I have. And there are things that are not necessarily about playing the Hornets specifically. Like 42 points for me, for Zack LaVine, is not a takeaway. But an aggressive Zack LaVine is a good Zack LaVine is a takeaway for me. He got started early. I believe he might have had, nine points, something like that in the first quarter or first half. Stop waiting around. Zack LaVine, he did sit a little bit, but he didn't sit in the corner as much against the Hornets. And no, we're not going to say, well, the Hornets defense. No, the point is they're moving. So I would say an aggressive Zack LaVine is a good Zack LaVine. Also, Jonas Valanciunas, another takeaway. Domas can get the necessary rest that he needs. Domas did not play tonight. He probably had the worst game out of the team. But Domas will get the necessary rest when he needs it or has an off night. You can survive with Jonas Valanciunas. That guy is a starter in this league. He can be. What else? We just talked about him a lot here, but Jake LaRavia, do-it-all guy. I still think that his three will come back at some point.
Do it all as long as all isn't scoring points.
Do it all as far as, yes. And he's running around. He was guarding LaMelo last night. So Jake LaRavia, kind of that do-it-all guy, glue guy, as others may say. And Markelle Fultz, I think, as of right now, should be getting about 10 minutes per game, maybe more than that. Last night he gets 18. Obviously you had the garbage time, things like that. But Markelle Fultz should be over 10 minutes. This is where we're at right now. You can't – I think that Malik Monk, some of the things we saw from Malik Monk, and we'll get into the good, the bad, the ugly here in the 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock hour. But I would say that Markelle Fultz should be getting at least 10 minutes a game. I still feel like I need to see more. And, some are out there victory lapping and saying, we knew Markelle Fultz was going to be this guy. I still need to see more. But from what I've already seen so far, I'm good with what I've seen. And Markelle Fultz, he needs at least 10 minutes a game right now. What does that say about the team as a whole? We're not going to get into all that. All I know is that Markelle Fultz played pretty darn well, and I think that he should be getting at least 10 minutes a game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And when Keon Ellis went down, we mentioned it earlier, he had the most minutes off the bench for the Sacramento Kings, which I wasn't expecting, but at the same time, the Kings have so many guards and yet somehow not enough guards. Mm-hmm. And so I guess it's good for Markelle Fultz to be a productive player off the bench, because I think so many Kings fans in their mind had that chalked up to be Devin Carter and the impact Devin Carter was going to get. And the whole way I kind of looked at it like rookie players in that 10 to 25 draft pick range very often don't give you production in their first season.
Right.
And so putting that expectation on someone coming back in the middle of the season from shoulder surgery to immediately give you that impact, I felt like was setting the expectation too high, or perhaps not a good strategy. So this, I guess you could call it short-term fix of signing Markelle Fultz off the street in the middle of February seems like it's going to pay dividends for the Sacramento Kings at least through the rest of this season, because they really didn't have any other option when it came to backup point guard. And so, especially now with Keon Ellis going down, that completely shakes. I mean, imagine if they didn't have Markelle Fultz and Keon Ellis just went down. That would have been a disaster.
The Devin Carter experience, I guess.
Or Mason Jones.
Yeah, Mason Jones. And look, that's the thing about all these teams, and we can poo-poo the Hornets all we want, but all you need is a guy, and a guy that's going to pressure you just a little bit. And if you don't have a ball handler, there's a stupid turnover here, turnover there. Josh Green is kind of that guy for the Hornets. He didn't really play that much in the second half, but he's getting at you, not maybe full court, but he's given some pressure there. And if you don't have a legit ball handler, there's a stupid turnover. And, we're going to discuss the bad and the ugly from last night. But Malik Monk, there were some bad turnovers there. And some of them were unprompted.
That one where they inbounded the ball and he got pushed to the sidelines, not pushed, directed to the sideline, and he just dropped the ball inbounds. That was like a comical turnover almost.
Yeah, some of that game was cartoonish. You had Nurkic, he goes to throw the ball and then realizes nobody was there, so he just lets go, and it was a perfect pass to Keegan Murray. So
there was one funny one also where Sabonis just threw a bullet pass right to a Hornet, and it led to that Miles Bridges 360 dunk.
That's
but
right.
Even Miles Bridges was just eh.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a smooth 360 there. And luckily the Kings got out of Dodge with a W, and it was pretty easy.
Real quick before we go to break, that Donald Glover SNL skit where they're all the Cleveland Cavaliers players, and they're talking about where the other Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And he has this joke in the middle of it.
And whatever LeBron needs, we'll get it done. As long as what he needs isn't basketball.
That joke is what I just thought of when you talked about Jake LaRavia. It's whatever the Kings need, Jake LaRavia will get it done. As long as what you need isn't touching the basketball. Once he touches the basketball, nothing. But as long as Jake LaRavia is on the court, he'll give you everything except scoring.
And I still think I'm still holding out hope. Look, against the Jazz, it's another game where it should be, you should have some time to get some people. And now I'm thinking too, Jake LaRavia not scoring. I know he played during the actual game before the garbage time. He didn't, because like I said, I got in my car. He didn't even score in garbage time.
No, well, he wasn't on the floor.
So he didn't do garbage time.
No,
okay.
He was on the floor for the run that led to garbage time.
Yeah, and then they got him out of there for garbage time.
That's why he was plus 29, because it was that lineup. I think, was it a 37-6 run? That lineup was Zack LaVine, Malik Monk, LaRavia, Trey Lyles, and Valanciunas. And the bench, the deep bench, was Fultz and Carter and Doug McDermott and Jay Crowder, and I don't even know who we saw Crawford. We saw Isaiah Crawford.
He put some shots up. I saw him take it. I was on the way out, but I saw him take let me see. He took 2 shots, 1-3. He had 2 points. So shout out to the crew getting it done, and the garbage time crew. And there's a better name for garbage time. I remember I heard a coach say it, but just the developmental time. How about that? All right. On the other side, we do a little bit of pocket watching. Look, there's a reason not to blow up this team. They still got a chance at the playoffs, but so do 5 other teams. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
And whatever LeBron needs, we'll get it done. As long as what he needs isn't basketball.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Don't miss your chance to win tickets to the Sacramento Boat Show and Off-Road Expo March 6th through the 9th at Cal Expo, the largest outdoor recreation show in the market. Just go to SactownSports.com now for your chance to win.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SactownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Little bit of pocket watching here as the Kings get back on the winning side of things. They are in the 10 seed. That the Warriors, man, that win. Well, honestly, that loss, it's not really that Warriors loss. It's really the Pelicans loss. That's the issue here, because now the Warriors have a legit game on the Kings. If the Kings do win, though, it's essentially on the 13th is essentially worth 2, because then you would for sure have that tiebreaker.
Which is what we said on Friday, right, that the game was basically a 3-game swing. And so it feels further than it is, but 6 through 10 in the West are all separated by 2 losses.
Yeah. So, and then, if the Warriors get it, they go to divisions and a bunch of weird stuff.
Which is good for the Kings, because the Warriors, I think, are like 2-11 against the Pacific Division.
There you go. Warriors at 30-27, the Kings at 29-28, Mavericks at 31-27, Timberwolves at 32-27. Timberwolves with a huge win last night against the Thunder. That's essentially what they tried to do in Minnesota. They got down big early, but they couldn't finish the job, and you get an opportunity to play a team back to back, this time in OKC, and Minnesota able to win. Some of the other notable situations from last night: the Clippers lose to the Pistons, so they're giving everybody a chance. And yeah, the Timberwolves are down 25. The night prior, they were down 19. Luka takes on the Mavs tonight, and I would assume that the Lakers are going to take care of business. Now, Lakers all the way up to the 4 seed, Nuggets all the way up to the 2 seed, Grizzlies in that 3 seed, Rockets have slipped to the 5 seed, Clippers are still in the 6 seed, and the Timberwolves still holding down. The Timberwolves have been holding down that 7 seed, but every time you check, that game last night was huge for the Timberwolves. Obviously, we still have a month and a half left, but just for their psyche, I think, to be able to beat the Thunder and add a L to their list.
That game was crazy last night.
Yeah.
Like, you had Ant blocking Shea at the rim to save the game. Like, that was a great basketball game.
So as you take a look at where the Kings are at, and a lot of people are saying, hey, why in the world would the Kings blow things up? I mean, to me, it's like I said, the blowing up conversation is not going to happen until the end of the season. There's no reason to talk about blowing things up now because there's nothing you can do right now. You're going to finish out the season. I think a lot of people are just assuming you're not going to make the playoffs. Yeah, they're 2 games out. Now, are all 2 games created equal? No, not when there are 4 other teams that are also that are less than 2 games out. And the Suns, by the way, just a complete nightmare. Just a travesty what has happened with the Suns. 27-30. They are 2 games back of the Kings in the 11th seed. So, funny enough, you talk about the Kings not making sense. I guess the Suns just didn't make sense. And I've watched, they don't look bad, but they don't make sense and they don't work. And I'm pretty close to feeling comfortable that the Kings will hold on to the 10 seed at worst. I mean, there's a gift for you. I'm pretty close, but March is still going to determine a lot. But as the Kings, again, the Warriors take on that same Hornets team who might have Mark Williams tonight, but they're coming off a back-to-back. I mean, that'd be a terrible loss for the Warriors, who are absolutely rolling right now. A lot of people think the Warriors are going to be able to sneak into that 6th seed. That's what they have their eye on out there in the Bay. The Mavericks, they're just surviving, right? The Mavericks are surviving without any big over anybody over 6'10". So they're just trying to survive out there.
Well, anybody over 6'10", they didn't sign literally 10 days ago.
Moses Brown, yeah. So the Timberwolves, yeah, they're still sitting in that 7. Clippers in the 6. Let's take a look at the schedule and what is on tap for tonight. Obviously, the Kings get a little break, and the Kings are in their easy part of the season. The one thing about the Timberwolves are now done with their nightmare, as the Kings start their nightmare in March, and the Warriors won't have that bad of a nightmare either. The Warriors take on the Hornets tonight. The Rockets take on the Bucks. The Spurs take on the Pelicans, and the Mavericks take on the Lakers, and the Suns are at the Grizzlies. So, I guess we're rooting for the Grizzlies just to keep beating down on the Suns. So at the very least, the Kings can have a 10, can get in with the 10 and, have some fun with that. Obviously, we hope that the Kings can get to the 7 or the 8, but I would definitely take a Suns loss tonight, and the Grizzlies need it. The Grizzlies are actually fighting for a playoff spot, so I feel good about the Grizzlies, competing at a high level, and the Suns just not really knowing what's going on day to day. Mavericks at Lakers, be very careful out there. Everyone is going to be hammering that 31.5 for Luka, the revenge game. He might score 50, or he might get 25, 10, and 9. So and they just beat the brakes off the Mavericks. That is, I think you're on blow up alert for those prop talkers out there. I think you're on blowout watch.
I think the term they use for it is a bubble.
Yes.
Like a housing bubble or a car bubble in like economic terms. It's a Luka Doncic bubble tonight for this game.
Yeah, I would be very careful with that. I would probably stay away, and then if he hits, you'll say that was the easiest read ever. So
but the beast has been awoken.
Do whatever you want. Don't listen to me. Like I said, Hornets at Warriors. I would stay away from that game too, because I think Warriors will probably win, and Steph will probably score about 26 points and not have to play in the 4th. You have Bucks at Rockets. I don't really know what to make of that game. I don't know what to make of the Bucks. I haven't really caught them with the Kyle Kuzma edition, but I would say that the Rockets are the ones that this is more about, because the Rockets just have kind of lost their luster and have been lost in the sauce. So hopefully the Bucks can keep that going. Anytime a Western Conference team can lose to an Eastern Conference team, we'll take it. Spurs at Pelicans, a nothing burger, but De'Aaron Fox is out there, and the Pelicans have been playing better. We'll see if De'Aaron brings any of that bad Kings juju out there to New Orleans and the Spurs lose that. I think the Spurs are kind of out of the conversation, but, another loss wouldn't hurt. Celtics at Raptors, that's another one, blowout watch. It is in Toronto, and the Celtics do tend to mess around. Cavs at Magic, I think that could be a good game. Magic just trying to do some things defensively to slow down the Cavs, so we'll see all that happens there. On the other side, we hit the 12 o'clock hour, and in the 12 o'clock hour, there are still plenty of issues on this Kings team. We discuss what they are and how the Kings can overcome them. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
Got Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Empower.
Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really, really, really good guitar solo.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can step, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can step, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's a reason why more and more people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. And it's not just because they're centrally located next to Hagan Oaks Golf Course. It's because they make the car buying experience different than anywhere else. Yeah, of course they can get you a great price. That's the easy part. Where their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team really make a difference is they don't believe you should have to sacrifice great customer service to get a great deal. Stomp on in today and see for yourself. That's Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140.
To home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
$12 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles here, Sacktown Sports. Going to open back up the phone lines. Doug has been waiting. during the break. 916-339-1140. If you want to be part of the conversation, Doug, what's up? What you got for us?
Sure. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. I think that the focus has through the trade deadline and all that, and I think for the Kings, I give Monty a passing grade, but it didn't seem like we addressed enough of the defensive end, and we keep on getting a similar type of player, and we keep going, oh, we can score the ball, we can score the ball, we can score the ball.
Mm-hmm.
But and as we witnessed, if we can't put up 130 plus points, then we have a hard time winning. And I just wonder, it's like, when is Monty going to go in and pull off something where it's like, now there's a defensive guy, I can count on that guy, because you got enough offense, and you don't have to have someone new who can score the ball at a great clip, because we have some of those guys. But that's just my question, something to talk about. It's like, when do we start going after the guys?
No, that's a great call, Doug. And honestly, that's kind of how I feel about Jake LaRavia. And in part, I think when you're focused on something, it might affect your ability to do other things. Jake LaRavia didn't attempt a shot last night. So I'm not saying that he is, Gary Payton. I'm not saying he's the glove, but I don't think Jake LaRavia is even thinking about his offensive game right now. And he chased around LaMelo Ball. We saw him play. What did he play? 16, 18 minutes. So unfortunately, like I said, I don't know that he'll be with us past this season. But I think when I look at him and what he's brought to the table, I think that's one. You probably need more, but I think that's one of the guys that I would kind of put in that camp.
Well, I would also imagine the roster's going to be reimagined quite dramatically this offseason. And that's not to say that they're going to make big picture changes, but the only players on the roster are the core 7 guys after this season. Everyone else, Doug McDermott's gone, Jay Crowder's gone, Devin Carter obviously will be the 8th guy, and they assume he'll have a bigger role, but you can really tinker around the margins with whoever you want to bring in. Even just thinking back to 12 months ago, we've seen Jordan McLaughlin come through here, Orlando Robinson, Doug McDermott, Jay Crowder, Markelle Fultz, Deshaun Nix on a 10-day contract. There's just been so many people that filter in and out that I think it's hard to say what they'll do after this season, because there's so many different names that come. I mean, even Jalen McDaniels or whichever McDaniels was here for 4 months. He obviously never played, but they were all here. So there's so many names that cycle in and out that I think, to Doug's point, if you're talking about those guys on the fringes, you'll find someone eventually who becomes a contributor. Heck, they already kind of have. Between LaRavia and Jay Crowder, they kind of found the guys that they like.
It was Jalen McDaniels, and I got that from Chris Watkins because he said because his time in Sacramento was an L. That's how you remember it was Jalen. And he popped up somewhere.
I should know that, too, because he was a San Diego State guy.
916-339-1140. Let's go to JR. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
Never have too many McDaniels on your team.
That's right. That is how the old saying goes.
Can we play Charlotte every night?
Yeah, I wish.
Can we just put them on the schedule for the next 12, 14 games?
Yeah.
I think Drake's got in a little bit at the end of the game last night.
Yeah.
I depleted their bay. I mean, he thinks he's LeBron, right? I mean,
right.
There you go. Stock points there for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how when they can get hot like that's so good. And I don't care who they're playing, but basketball, make or break league. They can, and they have a team that has guys that can make buckets. And they get hot, you're just like, God, is that hope?
Yeah.
Am I looking through rosy glasses thinking that's hope there that they can do it? Or is it just that bad of a team in Charlotte that this is deceiving us in our fandom of they can qualify and get, into the playoffs at least or something of that nature?
Yeah.
In question though, what we do in the next 3 weeks, because I've never been a fan that likes to say throw in your season. I mean, especially if I'm going to the games.
Mm-hmm.
I'm paying to watch you play your best game. You're my team. You're local. I want to see what quality you can put on the court and do everything you can to win that particular game.
Thanks for the call, JR. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, right? I will say this, and we've been, pretty tough on the front office as far as what they've been doing, what they can do, what they had the freedom to do or not do. And ultimately, at the very least, when you go and have a conversation about this season, there's a reason to go, right? There's a reason to say, hey, you know what? You're probably going to have some version of postseason basketball, and let's just get to the offseason, and then we can go from there. Do I think that this team will be together for the next 3 years? No. But in terms of salvaging, I think that's the word when it comes to the Kings. Just salvage the season. Did you have to be in a position to where you'd have to salvage the season? Maybe not. But at the same time, you look back, and some of you out there, and I'm not saying I'm above anybody, but you go back to that 5-game losing streak after De'Aaron fouled Jaden Ivey and they lose to the Pistons. It was pretty bad. It was pretty dark. Now, do I think you could have come back to the light in other ways than how they decided to come back to the light? Maybe, and ultimately we'll never know. But to still be in the conversation and, and at least have some level of postseason expectations, albeit the play-in, it is better than where this thing could have went. I will say this, there does get to a point, going back to the Beam Team season, where at some point it would be nice to exceed expectations. Doesn't happen often, but it would be nice to exceed expectations, and that's something that this team hasn't done since the Beam Team season. And that's how it happens in life. You exceed expectations for a year, maybe 2 years, and now all of a sudden it's time to meet them because expectations have changed. So Beam Team season, you exceeded expectations. Then the next season, it was time to meet them, and they couldn't do it. They did not meet expectations. Going into this season, I think in part why Mike Brown got canned is because expectations changed. The expectation was not very high. Expectations were not very high amongst national media. A lot of people thought it was, in a weird way, a linear move, even though DeMar DeRozan is much better than Harrison Barnes. But they were picked to finish, 47.5 wins, something like that, to finish 6th, maybe even 7th in the West. Nobody had them making a leap. So it wasn't a matter of, we didn't meet expectations. They didn't even get to expectations. And I think that's why Mike Brown doesn't have a job right now. So at the very least, from that happening to De'Aaron Fox being gone, the theme became, let's just salvage the season. And once they salvaged this, and salvaging the season was who they have now. It doesn't make a lot of sense, the team, no. But as far as the blow-up conversation, I'm sure they will be having that same conversation in the offseason, and that's if Monty McNair is the one pulling those strings. And there's a Doug Christie conversation we had as well, a couple different things.
Well, you talked about exceeding expectations there. Do you feel like the expectations were ever put in too high of a place?
Not really, because I remember coming in last season saying, this is how things work. The Kings were a 3 seed. Play-in should not even be a part of the conversation for me. But others thought there might be a little bit of regression here because they didn't make a move. So I guess it depends on who had those expectations. Did expectations? I think that a lot of people thought, to take it back to the Keegan Murray conversation, I think that Domantas Sabonis set expectations, right? And he met them. He always does. But going into last season, I think it was Keegan Murray's going to take another leap, right? Nobody even talked about a sophomore slump. Keegan Murray's going to take another leap. De'Aaron Fox is going to still play at an all NBA level, and Kevin Huerter, Kevin Huerter finally had a good game for the Bulls. Shout out. I saw it on the text line. Yeah, great. Kevin Huerter is going to continue to play at this level or close to it. None of those three things happened. The only thing that got kind of close to happening was, I guess, De'Aaron Fox being at the all NBA level, but that's it.
And I think that would have probably been the path for them to get maybe to the top 4 in the West. Although if you look at the top 4 in the West, it might take 52 wins to get there this year, which I think maybe the most optimistic of Kings fans were saying 52 or 53 wins for this team.
Right.
I guess maybe this is a different perspective from me. Going into the season, I did not see a path for the Kings to get to the top 6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I also didn't expect the Rockets to be the team that they were right now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I just couldn't see a path for them. Basically, flip the Rockets and Suns, and basically that was kind of my thought process.
Everybody was high on the Suns, bringing in Tyus Jones because there was too much Devin Booker at point guard.
And I thought the Rockets were going to be the same team as last year. So, maybe just flip those. I didn't really see a path for the Kings to get there, so when they fired Mike Brown, I felt it incredibly premature because then it felt like you weren't in that bad of a place. You just decided to punt on the season. And if this all ends in the play-in after firing a coach, after trading your star point guard and bringing in another all-star and seeing how that's going to work, after all of that, if they still end up in the play-in, I feel like they got to exactly what I expected from the Sacramento Kings. However, I probably set my expectations lower than a lot of other people. And so that's maybe why I look at it and feel like they're kind of a little bit below expectation for me right now, but I had to adjust expectation when you fired your unanimous coach of the year and traded your all NBA point guard.
Yeah.
And so when I adjust that expectation, I look at it, I'm like, yeah, this is about where they should be, is a little bit above 500, fighting for that play-in territory. And if they get to 46 wins like last year, they'll have the exact same path to the playoff that they had last year.
Yeah, when you look at the Western Conference standings, to me, I don't know how the Grizzlies do it. I wasn't a big believer in the Grizzlies. A lot of people were, and I was wrong. I was wrong about the Grizzlies. They are the 3 seed. To me, it's the 3, 4, 5 that are the 3 surprises. It's in my opinion, because I didn't have the Grizzlies that high. The Grizzlies being the 3 seed, the Lakers being the 4 seed, the Rockets being the 5 seed. Those 3 teams I did not expect and kind of mucked up everything else. And honestly, you could throw the Rockets in there. 2, 3, 4, and 5.
You mean the Nuggets?
I would say there are 3, 4, and 5 are the 3 that kind of surprised me. The Nuggets, I thought that they would be there.
Even the Clippers too are a little.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that the Clippers were going to exit. They didn't know that they didn't know what to do with Kawhi, which is fair, but they ended up winning without Kawhi. And honestly, how much of that is about these teams? I think it is about the Grizzlies, and it is about the Lakers, and it is about the Rockets. But once you get to the Clippers, I think it turns into Timberwolves, what are you doing? Mavericks, what are you doing? Warriors, what are you doing? Kings, what are you doing? And Suns, what are you doing? It's a very staunch difference from teams overachieving. No one is just achieving, right? It goes from teams overachieving, and I'm not counting the Thunder and the Nuggets, but teams overachieving, and I guess people wouldn't count the Grizzlies either, but the 4 and the 5, teams overachieving to teams underachieving. That is literally the difference. I don't know who there is just achieving what people would expect them to achieve, because I think you're right. A lot of people thought the Clippers were done when they moved on from Paul George. So I would say Clippers in the 6th seed is overachieving for sure.
Right, which is a difference of expectation, right? Because you had basically 11 teams that all thought they were going to get the top 6 in the West, or all believed going into the season they had a shot of you could even say 12. The Spurs probably thought they were going to be competing this year for a play-in or something. So you had 12 teams in the West that thought they were going to be competing for 8 playoff spots, and Minnesota got worse from their trade. Dallas got worse from their big trade. The Kings probably got worse from their big trade, and Phoenix is just a bad vibes team all across the board. So, you look at all these teams that made trades based on expectation, and it hasn't worked out, as you mentioned, for those teams. And so they feel like they haven't met expectations. Whereas my difference with the Kings is the expectations might have been set in too high of a place coming into the season, because I didn't think they were that much of a better team based on the offseason acquisitions they made.
On the other side, it's time to have the conversation. It's not going to be the longest, but something happened at the end of last night's game where there were boos. What were Kings fans booing, and how ugly is this thing going to get on March 7th? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip-off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water, but you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
All right. We got to do it. And we're not going to get into what we already know about how Kyle Ledbetter feels about the subject, because we still have the actual subject when we actually play the San Antonio Spurs and what's going to come from that. But if you were curious, maybe you saw from some SAC media members, you didn't see from me because I was in my car, essentially towards the end of the game. So the Kings go on their little road trip and they will be back March 7th. Now, who do the Kings play on March 7th? The San Antonio Spurs. So, and I don't know how much the Kings were having some fun with this. Look, there's no Wembanyama. You have to feature De'Aaron Fox on the graphic. That is what it is. So they did a promo, all right, towards the end of the game. Everybody's feeling good. You're beating the dog poop out of the Charlotte Hornets. And the Kings, they put on the Jumbotron, hey, be sure to get your tickets for our next home game, March 7th, against the San Antonio Spurs. And the picture was De'Aaron Fox. So when that picture popped up, some boos started to rain down from the Golden One Center. And, depending on who you ask, the number of boos will change. So I've seen people say that there were a lot of boos. I've seen other people say that there were some boos. But man, oh man, this thing is going to get ugly. So it took me back to the whole, 2-3 weeks ago conversation of De'Aaron Fox and, who he is to the team and what he brought to the team. And I honestly just came to the conclusion of, I was having some fun. Was it the 775 earlier on the text line, just about why Kings fans like to bag on other Kings fans. And I don't know that it's specifically a Sacramento thing, but Sacramento, it really, I feel like, not to go High School Musical here, it should be all in this together, right? And I feel like that's not always the case. And there's been a lot of policing based on how people feel things have ended with De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento. And I don't think this will be in unison. I think there will be some cheers and there will be some boos. I think it will be, I don't know that the boos will be overwhelming, but I think there will be out there. And honestly, the more I thought about this, it just turned into this is how things tend to end when there's not enough success, right? I'm trying to think of other situations, other conversations where a team went to the playoffs once. There was a little bit of drama based on how things ended. The player that moved on got one All-NBA, one All-Star, really wasn't much, and then goes on to do some kind of questionable things on social media and talking to fans and things like that. This is how things end when there's not enough success. That's the conclusion that I've come to. It ain't about Sacramento. Oh man, Sacramento looks bad. No, every fan base, this happens with every fan base when there is a breakup and there are not enough good times. There were not enough good times with the Kings and De'Aaron Fox, and that is why there will be some boos. That led to all of this, right? If there were more good times, maybe De'Aaron's still a King. The fact of the matter is there was not enough success during De'Aaron's tenure. You can blame that on whoever you want to blame it with, but when a star leaves and there is a perception of a lack of success or not enough success for you to leave before that success is achieved, and which is it's relatively speaking, they're going to be boos, especially when somebody isn't really quiet on the way out, right? We had a lot of conversations and people thought it was silly, but other people didn't think it was silly. You're unfollowing teammates while the wound is still fresh. Obviously, there was some level of bad blood. We don't know what it is. Malik saying, I never talked to the guy about what was going on. There are going to be boos. I don't know how many. I don't know if it will be all boos. And you know what De'Aaron's going to say? Cue up the doesn't really matter drop. Because that's what he's going to say. You know, and is that how he really feels? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But you showed the graphic yesterday. You got a little bit of a taste. Because, again, a lot of people, that's what's interesting. A lot of people just go to watch the games, man. I understand that this is what I live and breathe because this puts food on the table for my family. So I'm in this. It's my job to be in this. But let's take a step away from, and one thing that always puts things into perspective for me when it comes to sports and sports celebrities versus other celebrities, if you eliminate LeBron and Steph and KD, those three, and the Cristiano Ronaldos of the world and Messi's, go look at a B-list celebrity on Instagram compared to somebody that you think is a star in whatever sport, right? It puts things into perspective on how big the sports world is, especially when it comes to social media. So I don't think that there will be, maybe I'll be wrong, and we'll talk about it more as we get closer. I don't think that there will be that many boos simply because if I look at Golden One, probably to put in perspective, about 20% of Golden One is going to be up on game on everything that's happened. Maybe 30. 70 to 80% will have no clue what De'Aaron Fox said because they're just there to watch the game. They're just there to watch the game. The casual viewers have no clue that De'Aaron unfollowed Sabonis or never told Malik Monk or said this or said that. They just know that, hey, when I come to the games, De'Aaron, we had a lot of fun with De'Aaron, and now De'Aaron's gone. So, thanks for the good times, De'Aaron. It's not as if we were that successful before De'Aaron anyway. So I do think the booing, I could be way off. I do think the booing will be overblown, and I think it'll be 20 to 30% that are up on game on Kings social media but I do think 70 to 80% have no clue what's going on. That's what I think will happen.
Hey, you know what? I am having a good day, and 80% of what you said I fundamentally disagree with. But you know what? We're just gonna let it go for today. I'm not gonna start it. Not gonna clap back on the conversation. Just.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
We have plenty of time. Like I said, March 7th is coming, but that was the first taste that we saw. And I could be completely wrong, and maybe I'm underselling Kings, not fandom, but the specific niche of I know every little thing that has happened.
Or I'm angry about how everything went out, and I want to express that.
Right. I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm underselling the power of this show. All I do is report. I don't. And throw a jab here or there. There's plenty of jabs to come.
You're a big I'm just asking questions guy.
I am just asking questions.
But we know what that means.
I am just asking questions. That's all I do. That's all I've been doing.
At this point, just seeing all the responses even for this, I don't even know if I want to get people riled up going into March 7th. Like, I think I do.
So I do.
I don't think people can be trusted with that. It's already gotten out of hand in my mind. And I said, I'm not gonna dive into it today.
Look, man, just play the game. Just play the game. That's all we ask.
That's easy for you to say.
Just play the game. That's it. Just play the game. All right, let's continue the conversation on the other side. What are the takeaways and the good, bad, ugly from the Kings shellacking of the Charlotte Hornets? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for three, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Taking your workout to the next level can be as easy as trying something new. At InShape Fitness, that includes small group training classes like boxing or rowing, or spending a little more me time in the sauna. We are InShape. You are ready. Join online at InShape.com.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with the California Army National Guard. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. All right, I know what you're thinking. Here we go again, another Drapes commercial for his guys and girls down there at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. But trust me, listen to this. Whether you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they'll take care of you. Trust me, they got certified pre-owned vehicles starting at 3.49 APR on select 2021, 22, and 23 models. And take it from me. When you go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you leave out feeling like you're valued, like they trust you, like they care for you. Matter of fact, it's like they're your family. That's right. So for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the entire community. And get this, it's not that far away, guys. Just a short drive down I-5, or of course, online anytime at mbfstockton.com. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and tell them Drape sent you.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
I was just reading something. Look, I know how people can feel sometimes about, the Bay Area in general, but I know a lot of you also have connections to Bay Area teams. sfgate.com, they don't typically do a lot of sports stuff, but because they typically don't do a lot of sports stuff, they really don't give a whatever about what they say. So they are letting it fly on the Giants not broadcasting or streaming spring training games. And I haven't finished the article yet from Alex Simon. And here's the title, just to let you know how much they don't care. SF Giants appear to be too cheap to stream spring training games. So I haven't got through the article. I will share with you any funny takeaways. They had something. I mean, they roasted Joe Lake. They do not care. So I'm very excited to finish reading.
What? A news
article.
Organization that actually holds billion-dollar corporations accountable? What?
Well, because they're not sports. So when they do sports, they say, I don't care. This is essentially not outside looking in, because they are there, they're represented. But since they're not fiending, and it's funny with this new world of everybody wants to be the next Woj or the next Shams. A lot of people, I gotta be careful here. A lot of people in the media are afraid to go at organizations or to go at players because they don't want to mess up their sources. They don't want to mess up relationships. SF Gate is an outlet and it's free. They don't care about none of that. So I can't wait to finish reading that, because I was thinking, Jung-Hoo Lee hit a home run yesterday. I can't watch it anywhere. I think I was on the show, but I can't watch it anywhere.
Right, and that's what journalism is supposed to be, though. And the newsbreakers are not true journalists. Journalism is supposed to hold truth to power, or truth to these billion-dollar baseball teams or basketball. Well, I mean, in the case of the Warriors, a $10 billion basketball team. So that's, I think, should be more of the normal. But you're right. They only dabble in sports when it's a big-time news story, which is honestly a little bit refreshing, because if not for this story and us talking about it for 2 minutes on the radio, I wouldn't have even known Giants games weren't streaming anywhere.
Yeah, there you go. So I'll finish reading that, and I will share with you any of the funny quips that they have at the Giants ownership. So getting back to this De'Aaron Fox conversation, there's just a couple texts that I wanted to read. This is from the 916. The Fox situation got nasty when his representation and media activity got suspect. The Kings fan base is loyal to the core, and Fox would not have any booing if he navigated this trade differently. He gave up on this. The 530 says, when you come to the realization that Fox's ceiling is not superstardom, you can feel better about trading him away. The 916 says, I think booing will be even less than that. Those who don't know what Fox did or said on social media obviously won't boo, and a good portion of those who do know probably won't care enough to boo. The 209 hops in and says, I think you're way off on that, Allen. He's definitely getting booed by more than 50% of the crowd. People talk, and word has definitely gotten around about the stuff that he's done. We'll see, 209. I appreciate that. The 916 says, Allen, love your analogies, or you love your analogies, and this whole Fox thing is like having that one girlfriend that you think is the one. Then a year or two down the road, you run into her and you think, I was all broken up over that. She's not all that. Same with Fox. He's not all that. That's from Jeff. And, I think that's all of them were good calls. Thanks for the text, 916-339-1140. You want to be a part of the conversation. And I think that's the main thing, right? Again, it's you needed her, and I'm talking about De'Aaron Fox, but you needed your girlfriend to be something that they couldn't be. That doesn't mean De'Aaron Fox can win 3 championships with the Spurs. And me personally, it would not make me feel any differently about how things ended simply because what the Kings needed from De'Aaron, I don't think he could ever be, right? Unless you were going to find a way to get a true number one in Sacramento and allow De'Aaron to be a number 2, or, find a way to get the requisite pieces. And is that a John Collins and Cam Johnson? He could win 3 championships, and it doesn't mean that I think that they should have moved on from De'Aaron when they did. I don't know how I would have felt in the summer because we'll never know. But I can still feel like they shouldn't have moved on from De'Aaron when they did, and De'Aaron could go on to win 3 championships as a number, because it won't be a number 1. They got Wembanyama as a number 2, number 3 option. And I wouldn't feel it. I wouldn't say, man, we let that one get away, because that's not what they were asking De'Aaron to do. They were asking De'Aaron to be number 1, and I don't think De'Aaron's a championship number 1. So it's really that simple for me. As we get back to those that are currently on the team, taking a look at what happened last night, and we've talked about the good about the Kings last night as they beat down on the Hornets. There's also the bad and the ugly. And I got to tell you, I know yesterday I sat here and said Malik Monk is probably my favorite player on the team, my favorite player to watch on the team. And I'm a Malik Monk apologist. He's had some real issues handling the basketball. 5 turnovers. Like I said, he still was a plus 25. 5 turnovers. At least 2 were not because of defenders. At least 2, possibly 3. He's dribbling it off his foot. He just dribbled it out of bounds right in front of Mr. Vivek. He's got to figure it out. 10 assists, great, outstanding. Again, he's a plus 25. You beat a team by 40, we understand that. But Malik Monk, I don't think that there's going to be enough Markelle Fultz. Malik Monk's still going to be handling the basketball. He's got to clean it up, okay? 2 for 8 from three-point land. We've talked about him and his struggles offensively, specifically from 3. Malik plays with the heart of a lion, and I will never question that. But he's got to clean up these turnovers. Also the bad, is it crazy to say that was Domantas Sabonis' worst game of the season? Maybe not, just based on volume. He didn't have an opportunity to make it his worst game of the season. But, a lot of people like his matchup versus Nurkic, and he couldn't find his footing. I think that there might be a conversation to be had about the transition with having Jonas Valanciunas and Domantas getting used to getting breaks and how he manipulates that. I think that we're seeing some of that. The fouling has been bad. He's trying to figure out his footing. He's getting subbed out more than he's used to getting subbed out. He played 27 minutes last night. Some of that is the garbage time, but not a good game from Domantas Sabonis. And Malik Monk, again, you just got to be better. Some of the other things, like I said, if the other team has a scoring power forward, just pray. Just pray. At least, look, I know you're going to get to see John Collins, everyone's favorite player, John Collins, tomorrow. Be careful. Now, again, he's not really going to body you the same way these other guys, these Randalls and Bridges, and Bridges has a 3-point shot, but these Randalls and Bridges and Zions are going to body you. But I would be careful, and I'd probably take the over on John Collins, depending on what it is, because the power forward conversation is a problem and it's been a problem for the Sacramento Kings and continues to be a problem for the Sacramento Kings.
Well, there is still one silver lining the Kings can turn to, which is always
we have the meat.
They can always go to the king-size combo.
So you're saying you're putting
you sacrifice on offense to play Sabonis guarding fours,
right? And do you like Miles Bridges on Domantas Sabonis?
No. I also really don't love Jonas Valanciunas shooting 3-pointers, which he did one last night. I was like, oh no, oh God,
I mean, if you're going to do it against the Hornets, I guess.
But that's what you sacrifice, right? When you play the king-size combo or the Lithuanian lumber lineup.
We have the meat.
What you're sacrificing is Valanciunas has to play the 4 on offense, which nobody loves that. He's like a 19% three-point shooter. And on defense, you have Sabonis playing the 4, which I don't want Valanciunas playing the 4, but I think Sabonis has a better crack at guarding the Zions or guarding the Aaron Gordons than saying, hey, Trey Lyles, you're going to have to play 15 minutes and, oh, by the way, stick on whoever is in the game for those 15 minutes, right? It's saying Keegan's going to substitute with Aaron Gordon, and we have to just substitute whenever Gordon comes off the floor for Keegan. So, I don't love it, but again, that comes down to roster construction issues right now. LaRavia was playing some 4 last night, I will say that, and maybe that's an option they go to at some points here, but I don't love Jake LaRavia guarding Zion Williamson or Julius Randle either, so Sacramento's kind of in that weird situation, like you said. If some other team has a 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" power forward who can bully you in the post and have somewhat of a 3-point shooting threat,
it's cooked.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Just stop the other guys. Just stop. Don't let Colin Sexton and Jordan Clarkson go off as well. And you know what's funny? I got to check because Lauri Markkanen is shady. One of those guys where is he playing tonight? Right, he's got these nagging injuries, so we'll have to check in on Lauri Markkanen. But the Jazz kind of have 2 of those dudes with Lauri Markkanen, and I know Lauri Markkanen isn't really back to the basket, but between Lauri Markkanen and John Collins, I'm going to convince myself to be worried about this game tomorrow night. But
I like Jazz.
We'll handle tomorrow night as it pops up. On the other side, Kyle is going to possibly put a bid in on this Woj collection stuff. I don't know. Is there anybody else? Are people buying this stuff? Who has money to buy this stuff and why? Explain to me. And we also get to Sam Quinn's ranking of the NBA front offices. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Don't miss your chance to win tickets to the Sacramento Boat Show and Off-Road Expo March 6th through the 9th at Cal Expo, the largest outdoor recreation show in the market. Just go to sacktownsports.com now for your chance to win.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, But that's how a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I always looked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Californians are beating big tobacco. You can too. For free support, text Kick Nicotine to 66819 today.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
I'm just going to go completely random here. Does anybody else have this problem with their AirPods where one just won't charge sometimes?
Yes.
Why it does that? Why does it do that?
You have to take it out of the case and then put it back in and hope it charges.
I mean, I'll get it to work. You know, one time that happened to me, it was the worst timing. It happened to me when I was on a plane. So I had to connect, and I'm listening, and I'm on the plane, and I get off the plane, I get to and I just, put it in the case, get on my second plane, and the left is just completely dead.
Did the case have any battery on it?
Yeah. Well, this always has battery.
Well, you can just take it out and kind of wiggle it around a bit and then pop it back in.
What are we doing, man?
It is so annoying. Mine's always the right. The right one always gets stuck for some reason, and it doesn't charge.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And then you're afraid it's broken, so then you're like, oh no, what do I do? But then you wiggle it around and it eventually works.
So I got one ear working right now. That's for later.
I was like, what do you need AirPods for?
Well, I've been trying because I got the notification that one is low, so I go to charge it in here, and it's not charging. So,
you at least get the notification. Mine is you just put them in and you realize it's not charged.
So this is getting on my nerves. All right, as we get back into the action, Kyle, we wanted to have some fun with this. So Woj, and coming up, we will break down what Sam Quinn had to say about the Kings front office and where he ranked them. And if y'all thought I was going to get in trouble, it's a good thing Sam Quinn does not work in Sacramento. I'll put it to you like that. So Woj, this is what he had to say yesterday morning. Breaking. Woj bombs are history, but now you can be a part of them. Own the iPhones I use to report the biggest stories in basketball. Use the link to bid on my original iPhones, NBA draft credentials, dinner with me, and more to help support Bonnie's St. Bonaventure basketball NIL. More power to Woj. Get in where you fit in. What are we doing?
I'm looking at the bids, and even since...
Do I even want to know?
Even since yesterday, I'm shocked by how high these prices have gotten for the Woj collection. By the way, Peg and Brandon on the Sack Chat are saying you just need to clean your AirPods case, and that should fix it.
Well, I'll try that. Thank you.
Or clean your AirPods themselves. Not to get too in the weeds on that, but I have like big earwax production, so I'm constantly cleaning my AirPods all the time.
Did you just say Did you just tell us you have a lot of earwax production?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's a condition, but the doctor said it's unique. So I'm constantly cleaning my case, and I still have the issue. So I disagree with Peg and Brandon.
Okay. Thanks for that info. I haven't had lunch yet. All right. Let's get to
the Woj collection, of course. So how much money would you bid for a dinner with up to 5 people with Adrian Wojnarowski?
It's you, 5 people, and then Woj.
You and a group of up to 5 friends can have dinner with Adrian Wojnarowski.
I don't understand any of this.
You can put in any price. This one, he doesn't list a price on it. It's why I'm starting with it. You can offer any price. You don't even have to put in credit card information. You can just put down a number for how much you're willing to bid for Woj. So I don't know have you ever heard of like silent auctions?
Yes.
So there's a style of silent auction where everyone gives their price and then they open the envelopes,
right,
and whoever has the highest price gets it.
Right.
That's basically what this is if you are willing to pay more money than anyone else for a dinner with Woj.
But you know what the other bids are.
For the dinner with Woj, you don't.
Yeah,
this is a silent, like, you're just guessing what the going rate is for a dinner with Woj, which honestly is a great move by him, because I wouldn't know what price to set at. If I'm a C-list celebrity, as Adrian Wojnarowski is, I have no idea how much these weirdos would pay to have a dinner with me. My answer is like $17.
But the only thing I can think of is, and this is just me always thinking of me professionally and making more money, to be completely honest, and being as successful as possible, would be somebody trying to get into the business and say, I would look, what would I pay? Because I'm not necessarily branding myself as a basketball specific newsbreaker. I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff with the A's, and a lot of people in Sacramento area are super plugged in with the Kings and have been covering the Kings for years. So the only thing I can cook up is a version of that where it's, hey, Woj, are you willing to share some numbers, share some names, share some game, something like that? But a random person that is just an accountant that just wants to kick it with Woj, this is ridiculous. What would what would I pay for that?
Yeah.
If I were trying to be the next Woj and he was going to share information with me, then I would pay probably about $2,000.
$2,000?
I would. If this was just me asking Woj about his life, then no.
Oh, okay.
If this was Woj, if this is a networking opportunity, I would pay up to $2,000.
So Woj is giving you contacts in his phone.
I would pay almost. I might pay more than that.
Oh yeah, but
I might pay $5,000 for that.
If it's just dinner to pick his brain.
No.
For 2 hours.
No.
Right.
No.
I'm
sorry.
Okay, so I kind of want to get to the fun, because this might be the funniest thing I've seen all week. Is this? So he's selling like his press credentials from the NBA Finals.
I mean, this is absurd. You know what this reminds me of? One of my favorite movies, and Chris Verlade isn't in here anymore. One of my favorite movies is Hall Pass. So in Hall Pass, there's a scene where they're in one of the parents' house, right? And the parent is showing the house, and they have a secret room, a safe room, in case something bad happens. So in the secret room, the guy, he's kind of he's a very braggadocious fellow, and he's walking them around the safe room, and he says, Kurt Schilling's also been in here because I know him. And that's all. It's just super random. That's what it feels like. A guy like that would just have this in their man cave and say, "You want to see what's in my man cave? I got Woj's credentials."
Okay, but it's not even like cool stuff. It's like, okay, his NBA Finals press credential. Whatever.
I don't know.
Now we get to
this is weird.
It's a lot of people do this. This is like an estate sale, but he's doing it like for his career.
But where are you putting? You're putting it in your man cave, right?
Honestly, if you're someone who's actually interested in this, you put it in your man cave. You put it in a museum,
or are you trying to resell it?
But what?
I don't know.
This is an open bid. What are you going to resell it for more than anyone can bid on this thing? Anyways, how much money do you think the highest offer is? I say all of this to say, I would like to bid for something live on the air right now. Okay. And we'll leave, maybe by the end of the show, we'll ask Whitey. We'll leave this up to the Sack Chat to decide. how much would you pay for Adrian Wojnarowski's Walt Disney Company ID badge?
Nothing. Nothing. I wouldn't pay anything.
The current offer right now is $2,000.
People need help, man.
$2,000.
People need actual help.
I kind of want to ask Imran, our card friend, our True Sports Cards show every Saturday. I kind of want to ask him what he thinks about the market around this stuff, but $2,000 for his ID badge. This is my favorite part, and this is the thing I actually want to bid on, but I'll leave it up to the Sack Chat in the text line. You can buy Adrian Wojnarowski cell phones that he broke news on. Are the cell phones completely deactivated? Yes. Can you just buy the shell of a cell phone and say that I have Adrian Wojnarowski's cell phone? Yes. For $2,000 if you would like the iPhone used to break that the NBA is suspending the season due to COVID.
I mean, do you bring that to a bar to try to, pick up some ladies? Hey, check out what I got. You know who Woj is? No. Well, let me Google him real quick on my other phone.
I understand.
Show you.
I love that idea.
Are you impressed?
You're bringing 3 phones to the club,
yeah.
and one of them is Adrian Wojnarowski's cell phone.
You want to touch it?
This one, if you want a slightly more affordable one, there's the iPhone used to tweet his farewell from his farewell tweet and from the 2024 NBA draft. This is the description. Woj also used this phone during his last NBA draft, as well as to discover and announce major NBA news, like Jalen Brunson's uniquely selfless contract extension with the New York Knicks.
What about the one, if you're a Kings fan, would you, unfortunately, they lost in the first round, but who knows when they're going to go back to the playoffs. What about the one that got you Sabonis, huh? The phone that broke the Sabonis trade.
Not available for sale.
It's one of those phones, though.
It is, but not one that's available for sale. You can buy the one from 2023, which includes the
how do you know the Sabonis one isn't available?
Because there isn't one from 2022. I've read all the descriptions of his phones. Trust me, I've been deep in the weeds on this. I've read all the descriptions.
Wow.
The highest bid right now, I think a lot of Oklahoma City people kind of had the same crazed tendency that I have, because this bid is up to $2,500 for iPhone used for KD, Kyrie to the Nets, Anthony Davis to the Lakers, and Paul George trade from the Clippers to the Thunder. And some Thunder fans were like, I'm going to buy the Woj phone to break the SGA trade. That one is currently going for $2,500.
Wow.
And here's the thing. You don't have to put in a credit card information. So what I want to do is bid $2,501. No questions asked. I just want to put in a bid for something from the Woj collection because this is so incredibly funny.
It's ridiculous. All right.
The fact that he called it the Woj collection too is absolutely just chef's kiss.
This can be yours. All right. Well, Sam Quinn isn't putting any bids to be a part of the Kings front office, but he does think that they need help. Let's see where he ranks them, and we'll discuss on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can stand, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can stand, so can you. find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with the California Army National Guard. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
There's a reason why more and more people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. And it's not just because they're centrally located next to Hagen Oaks Golf Course. It's because they make the car buying experience different than anywhere else. Yeah, of course they can get you a great price. That's the easy part. Where their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team really make a difference is they don't believe you should have to sacrifice great customer service to get a great deal. Stomp on in today and see for yourself. That's Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
The 1 o'clock hour is upon us. And we are getting to this article by Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, NBA front office rankings. Celtics, OKC at the top, Mavericks sink after Luka trade, but they're not number 30. Well, let's find out where the Kings are at. This is what Sam writes. Over the summer, I ranked all 30 NBA head coaching jobs based on their desirability. The Mavericks ranked number 5 because they had Luka, and because Nico Harrison had, in my own words, solidified himself as a strong general manager by drafting Derek Lively and trading for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. Needless to say, a lot has changed since then. So today, we're going to be ranking all 30 NBA front offices. These rankings are all inclusive, so general managers, scouts, cap managers, and even owners will be evaluated as a whole. While there is no rubric set, the following factors will be considered. Does a general manager have a successful track record? Is there a clear plan? Is there a clear plan in place? Is their team winning? Is their owner willing to spend enough money to win consistently? Is their owner heavily involved in basketball decisions? Is there readily apparent who is making major basketball decisions? Has this front office done a good job hiring head coaches? Does this front office collaborate with its head coaches effectively? How have circumstances impacted their outcomes? Has a team made good decisions that have been doomed by poor health? Has a team benefited or been hurt by its market or history? Does this front office tend to sign players to contracts that represent good value relative to the market? Does this front office tend to win its trades? Is this front office notably creative in how it acquires or retains players? And lastly, is everyone in the organization properly aligned toward the goal of meaningfully competing for a championship either now or in the future? Thankfully only applies to a small number of teams, but no front office is going to rank well if it appears comfortable winning 45 games in perpetuity. Now, with all that being said, there are 30 teams in the NBA, and the Kings are not number 30. that would go to the Chicago Bulls, who the Kings love to do deals with, which ain't a good sign. If the team that you keep doing deals with is 30th, that's not a good sign. And the Kings, not 30th, but they are second to last. Sam Quinn has them 29th. 29th in all of the NBA. You know, you have the teams that are playing poorly right now. You know, for the Hornets, let me see where the Hornets are at.
Well, here's the other part of it while you look that up, is that he also organizes it by tiers.
Yes, he has tiers.
So the Sacramento Kings are in tier 11,
Yes, the worst tier. The Charlotte Hornets are in the same tier as the Washington Wizards, where it's off to a good start, but barely any track record. The Charlotte Hornets are 21st. The Washington Wizards are 22nd. Now, I cannot get down with the breakdown there. He doesn't even have a write-up for some of these tiers. And tier 11, he names tier 11, I can't defend what you're doing. Along with the Kings, you have Dallas Mavericks at number 27. I can't defend what you're doing, which they probably would have been in tier 4 or something before the trade. 28, the Phoenix Suns. And that's a bit interesting. I feel like the Phoenix Suns have tried. It just didn't work out. The Sacramento Kings at 29. So let's get to this write-up for the Sacramento Kings. The resume sort of speaks for itself at this point, doesn't it? 1 playoff berth in the past 18 seasons. A unanimous coach of the year fired less than 2 years later. Their best player traded because they knew he wouldn't re-sign with them. That decision was not motivated by market. De'Aaron Fox landed in San Antonio. After all, it was because Fox knew he couldn't compete for a championship in Sacramento. History suggests he was right. The Fox situation might have been an opportunity for the Kings to look forward and perhaps reevaluate their organizational priorities. Instead, they have proven so desperate to recapture the good vibes of 2023 playoff berth that they rolled the dice on Zack LaVine's very dangerous max contract to put together a roster whose ceiling is ... maybe winning a single round. The Kings are built around a 28-year-old Domantas Sabonis, a 29-year-old Zack LaVine, and a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan. The time to win is emphatically right now. Yet they don't have a single 2025 All-Star. Domantas Sabonis was snubbed. I'll throw that in there. And there are 2 playoff caliber defenders on the entire roster. This is a team that caps out at 46 or 47 wins. That's only something to aspire to when you've been in 17 of the past 18 lotteries. And we're not giving the Kings credit for 2 decades of poor decision-making. Wow. Wowee. Now, the Drive guys talked about this on Friday, and there was a little conversation about Sam Quinn doesn't typically say positive things about the Kings, and he doesn't normally have glowing returns on the Kings. But you read something like this, and I would kind of push back and say, where is he being unfair? Right? I mean, I don't know that the Kings should be 29th, but the write-up, I don't know, is terribly unfair. When he goes on to say their best player traded because they knew he wouldn't re-sign with them, is that, not to get too in the weeds, but because of the Mike Brown thing, is that why they moved on from him? I don't know that was ever completely confirmed. I think that's Sam just kind of reading the tea leaves there. So I don't think the write-up is crazy at all. I don't think the write-up is terribly disrespectful from the outside looking in, but I don't think the Kings are the 29th ranked front office in the NBA.
Yeah, it's giving credit to teams, or giving the benefit of the doubt to teams that don't have front offices long-term in place. I mean, the Hornets, like I said, they're brand new. Washington, they're brand new. So it's like it's not giving punishment to them while also holding the last 20 years against the Sacramento Kings, when I would argue you should only hold the last 12 years, because that's when Vivek took over the team. So I guess you should only hold 12 years against the Kings, which isn't going to save them that much in the rankings. I think ultimately it's semantics. And if you look at the other tiers, it's like the only other tier you could consider him for is I have real questions.
That's exactly what I'm looking at. The Portland Trailblazers, thinking they have 14 young and maybe he says, hey, at least you have young talent to make decisions on. The Kings don't. They're just in different places in their cycles. So I guess I understand, you got Donovan Clingan. At some point, you're probably going to move, Jeremy Grant. So you do have some pieces, but I'm just thinking about teams that are bad teams. And to me, the most egregious one, not to lose a plot, is, you can't having the Hornets at 21 is pretty crazy. I mean, we didn't even talk about this, but my pick, Tejan Salon, that he needs work. He needs work. And they're going to, I guess, in his opinion, they'll still have opportunities, right? They're going to be in the conversation. We have the odds for Cooper Flagg coming up here, but they have they have opportunity to get more young talent. Whereas he's basically harder on purgatory than they really stink right now, but they have young talent. He is the hardest on. I don't like you said, I can't defend what you're doing. You're I would say I can defend what the Kings are doing once the conversation became De'Aaron is looking at one team in the Spurs. So again, we're still arguing that the Kings are in the lowest, one of the lowest tiers in the NBA, but I do think making them second to last is a little much.
Yeah, I'm reading his analysis on the Trailblazers now, and I understand why he didn't put Portland and Sacramento in the same tier, because he's giving Portland credit for waiting on the Damian Lillard trade until a deal they felt was quote unquote good enough. And I think he's saying the draft picks they got in the Lillard trade will ultimately prove to be pretty good, but I guess he's giving them credit for holding out for the deal they wanted versus Sacramento, who traded away De'Aaron Fox for 70 cents on the dollar at the deadline instead of carrying it into the summer and getting a deal back that he felt was worthless, or at least not worth its while in getting Zack LaVine, because that could, in theory, set you back years if that trade doesn't work out. But
he's got the Pelicans 13, by the way. And again, this isn't based on their record. It's based on their future and their assets.
Yeah. And some teams are in tiers by themselves. Like, example, he has Minnesota at 19, but he also says they're the single hardest team to rank because they just made this terrible Karl Anthony Towns trade to save money, but they were also just in the Western Conference Finals last season. So I kind of get the playing it back and forth, and this is the thing that stinks. I have an argument with his analysis of why the Kings are 29, but based on his ranking, I can't make an argument for them to move up into any tier, because you're in year 5 with Monty McNair. At this point, you're going into offseason 6 with this front office. You're going into, unlike the Charlottes and the everyone else's, you did just make a trade that probably made you worse in the short term, but could make you better in the long run based on how LaVine plays and those picks work out. So all in all, I don't think they're the second to last, but I also don't think he's that far off on the analysis. Because if Portland it's a tier by himself, and he's giving them credit for the Lillard trade, which they probably didn't get equal value in return, but at least they probably got more for Lillard than what he was worth than what the Kings got for Fox.
Yeah, we'll never know. I'm of the mindset that I don't necessarily know how much more they could have gotten for Fox. I see, people in the Sack Chat, William Bishop, they traded Fox for peanuts. I don't know. We'll never know. I'm not quite sure that the return would have been that much greater if he was sticking to the Spurs only thing. That's my issue. If it was all teams on deck, or if there was a list of 6-7 teams or even 3 teams, right? I think the return may have been greater. And we always know this is how this thing goes, right? you're never going to get back what you lose. I think where Sam Quinn is kind of bagging on the Kings is their refusal to just say uncle and deciding we're going to piece this thing together because we don't want to go full rebuild. And to your point, Kyle, nobody wants to go full rebuild during a season, right? That would have been a disaster. So you would have been better off, even though I think he was kind of coasting, you would have been better off taking whatever you get from De'Aaron, kind of holding his feet to the fire where it's, hey man, you're still trying out. That's the one thing. De'Aaron could have not wanted to be in Sacramento, and Rich Paul reaches out and says it would be better to move De'Aaron now, but you're essentially calling De'Aaron's bluff that you don't want to look bad as far as what teams may want you. So once the trade deadline ended, you might have gotten the most motivated De'Aaron Fox we would have seen because he does want to get out and he wants to show people what he can do. So a way to look at this is, fine, De'Aaron, you want to go? We can have that conversation in the offseason, but we're not doing that to this fan base. We're not doing that to DeMar DeRozan. We're not doing that to Domantas Sabonis. We're not doing that to Malik Monk, who signed here as your boy. Look, we will have this conversation and we will find you something on the other side, but we know that you are going to play your butt off because you want to look good for wherever you go next, right? Instead, you got a half-hearted De'Aaron for the last 4 or 5 games in his career here with the Sacramento Kings. And I don't think that affected the return because I think everybody was sleepwalking and it was dead men walking. But I think that's where Sam is saying, if you did go on to simply just wait it out, you call De'Aaron's bluff. He does not want to look bad. And then when you get to the other side of it, in the offseason, we can have that conversation. Maybe you mess around and miss the playoffs, and De'Aaron changes his mind and finds out he actually does like Doug Christie. Clearly, he's willing to play for another coach because he ain't even playing for Greg Popovich right now. All right, on the other side, let's keep the conversation going. Got some texts to get to and get some calls as well. Sorry, I was reading the text. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Not last, but second to last. That's where Sam Quinn has the Kings front office. And when we say front office, it's the whole shebang-a-bang. It's ownership. It's obviously the front office and the GM, assistant GM, everything like that. Scouts, everyone who handles the cap. So they're second to last. That's where it is. The 209 texting in says, the return we got for Fox was good. I have no issues with the picks. Those rankings are a joke. I hope you're right, 209. Because again, there's a difference between making lemons out of lemonade, but you're the reasons that you have lemons in the first place. And that's how I have felt about the whole situation. Based on the screwed up place that the Kings found themselves in, the return was okay. What I think Sam Quinn is saying is you should have never found yourself in that position. So, and then on top of that, because of you trying to make this move where we're still kind of in the conversation, so let's go get Zack LaVine, and this is not probably the day to have that conversation after Zack LaVine goes off for 42 and barely missed a shot. I get all that. But again, you're in the 10 seed fighting to get in, and you have a lot of teams that are ahead of you and also behind in the process. You have a Rockets team that's ahead of you, and they don't even have their closer yet. They could go big fish hunting. You have the Grizzlies, right? Who they're a bit more established. But you have teams that have leapfrogged you, and they don't even have the names that you have. That's the problem. So do I think that the return wasn't bad for the screwed up position that they kind of put themselves in? No, I don't think it was bad. But I think Sam is saying you should have never found yourself in that position. 916-339-1140. The 916 is saying De'Aaron was phoning it in after the new year, and I'm not sure he would have played harder the rest of the season if he stayed, since he already had a preference. His insistence on San Antonio killed any chance of a good deal both now and this summer. I tend to agree with you, 916. I do think there is a level of, I'm not going to disrespect De'Aaron's will and De'Aaron's love of basketball, to be completely honest. I think if it was settled and if it was, hey, give us everything you got and we will make sure that this thing gets figured out on whether that's with us or in San Antonio, or maybe you give him an opportunity and he changes his mind, right? I think that it was a bit of, he wants to go, it's only San Antonio, let's just go now, mostly because they thought the best return they could get is the return to keep competing. That's what it is. They maybe could have got a better return even with the Spurs if they had made a decision to go in that route of, all right, we're just going to get in line behind the Rockets and some of these other look at what the Pistons are doing. And the Pistons are kind of a hybrid deal because you bring in a Malik Beasley who's had a resurgence and Tobias Harris, who everyone thinks he's been stealing money throughout his whole career, and Cade Cunningham is that dude. So there are different ways to do this. It's not necessarily, I know the Pistons stunk for a long time, but the Pistons said, we have something with Cade. Let's go now. And they got some pieces, and it's been working, right? You have guys out there. So I think you're right. I don't know as far as what De'Aaron would have done or what it would have looked like. I think you're right. Maybe the San Antonio piece, but I'm not going to question how much De'Aaron loves the game. And if you say, well, you're stuck here, I think De'Aaron would have wanted to and there's worse places to be than the place where you've been with one of your closest friends with Malik Monk, and all eyes are on you, and you don't want your tenure to look bad, especially when, I mean, this could have been a two-way street. If De'Aaron looks like garbage for a long time, for the new year until the end, does San Antonio say, well, we want that guy that quit on his team for a whole 3 months? So I wouldn't sleep on just holding his feet to the fire. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Gary. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Gary? What you got for us?
Hey, two things. One, this thing about De'Aaron phoning it in, I think that's a very difficult call to make when you look at what his fingers look like in those last 10 games.
Great point.
So that's just a point I'd make. And secondly, I think that Quinn is spot on. I think you look at, 3 years ago, we had an amazing roster. If De'Aaron doesn't get hurt in that Warriors series at the end, I think we go to the next level. And, the biggest problem on that team was we didn't have a power forward. We had Harrison Barnes, who his whole career had been a small forward, playing power forward.
Right.
So what do we do in the offseason? Every other team in the West acquires a star quality player and gets better. We don't acquire anybody of any note, and we don't get any better. And now the way the team's constructed now, before the trade, because I don't think that's fair, but before the trade, we basically had DeRozan, who's been a two guard all his life, playing the 3 spot, and we've got another, and we ruined Murray's career by sticking him in the 4 spot. We have another. We just don't have a power forward. If we were one player away from being a championship team, and now we've gotten worse the last 2 seasons. And I don't think this season's going to go very well either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for the call, Gary. Ruin Keegan's career. Are we there yet? I don't know. I mean, one side of it is you got too much on his plate. The other side of it is, and I guess defensively, right? Then the other side is you're not giving him enough on his plate offensively. You know, what's funny about the Beam Team season, as much as people are now, and I know that they were at the time, but as much as people were getting on the fact that the Kings didn't make a move in the offseason, and, you know, it's funny, I had a conversation with Chris Watkins and Brendan Nunez. We were on the shuttle at NBA All-Star, and I said, hey, guys, like, obviously I wasn't out here yet. What was the temperature after the Beam Team season? Did fans want the Kings to make a move? Because a lot of it I've thought of as, oh, we're just kind of happy to be in the playoffs. And they said, from what they gathered, a lot of fans did want to make a move, and they didn't. But I do wonder, you move on from Harrison Barnes, and I don't even know who that name is at that time.
It was Jeremy Grant and Kyle Kuzma.
Okay, so you go get Kyle Kuzma, right? Do you think, and we're up against it, but I guess the question I'm asking is, do you think that's good enough? Number one, maybe that takes shots away from Keegan, which last season Keegan had opportunities. Offensively, he just wasn't there. So you bring in Kyle Kuzma and you kind of stagnate him again, and maybe Jeremy Grant's a better position, to Doug's point about a 4 versus a 3. And then after that, you have the whole situation with Kevin Huerter, right? Kevin Huerter's regression, I don't know. Would bringing in Kyle Kuzma and Jeremy Grant would have helped Kevin Huerter's regression? No clue. We won't know. But I do think that it would have been another level, right? I don't know that, hey, we get to the second round next season because we brought in Kyle Kuzma. But I guess, and who would you have had to given up to get Kyle Kuzma?
Well, they would have been free agent signings at
right.
the time. They both ended up re-signing with the teams they were currently on, and then the Kings ended up re-signing Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
But the idea was, in free agency, you just swap out the money for Harrison Barnes for one of those players, which I think ultimately, even if they make those moves, last season goes astray when Malik Monk gets hurt, right?
Yeah.
Last season, I chalk last season. Yes, they blew a lot of games. Acknowledged, fair. Maybe they would have survived it anyways. Last season, it got blown up because of injuries, which is what made it so frustrating when they came back this year, made what was in most people's mind a clear upgrade from Harrison Barnes to DeMar DeRozan, and then decided to punt 31 games into it, saying, nope, doesn't matter. We're gonna blow it up, buy De'Aaron, buy Mike Brown, new team for the next year and a half, which last year you can just chalk up to injuries, man. Kevin Huerter, his shoulder blew out, and Malik Monk had the ankle injury that knocked him out for the season, and that's probably why they ended up in the 9 instead of the 7. And sure, maybe the 7 they would have lost in the first round anyways, but at least you would have had a 7-game series to feel good about going into this season, and there wouldn't have been this pressure on everyone to make the playoffs and make a top 6 seed and make the short-sighted trade to trade for a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan.
All right, we're way over on time. On the other side, let's get back to where the Kings are right now. Practice just finished up, so we have some notes from Domantas Sabonis and an update on Keon Ellis. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
I've just been feeling so sluggish lately. You should try the Metamucil 2-week challenge. The Metamucil 2-week challenge? Yeah, Metamucil 4-in-1 fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Start your daily routine now, and in 2 weeks, you could be feeling great. Well, it's been 2 weeks. How you feeling? Lighter and feeling great.
If you want to feel lighter by promoting digestive health, sign up to take the 2-week challenge at Metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stings that just will never come out. Oh, down in the real exchange. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
916 says, all this talk is depressing. Enough with Sam Quinn. I know, I added that. Enough with Sam Quinn. 916, different 916 says, feels like Quinn's analysis is biased. Bottom line of analysis is how the team is doing, as well as potential growth for each team. Potential growth is still unknown for the Kings, but there are sparks of greatness. Still need to give the Kings time to gel. In spite of firing Mike Brown, Sacramento's front office feels more stable than years ago. I don't know how many people would agree with you there, 916, but I will say, as far as I don't think that they should have been ranked 29th, and we will see what happens next as far as the end of the season. So let's keep that conversation. We'll pocket it for now because we have some updates on Keon Ellis, and I can call this an update if you'd like. Kyle, let's hear what Doug Christie had to say.
The guy with the hair? Yeah. I saw him. He's a good-looking guy. What are you asking?
Is he walking around?
He looked good. Okay. You say you Shannon, he look good? He look good. He look good. It is. Yeah.
Well, he looked good. I'm not sure if that means he's going to play tomorrow or not. I don't even know if Doug is trying to hold his cards close to the vest or if he's just messing around. I think he's just messing around. I don't know. We do. It's just funny because media is saying, Doug, we do need to write this stuff.
The one part where I saw it and I was like, this might be a PR spin is when he turned. He's like, Shannon, that's good. He looks good.
So you're taking it as he's not playing in Utah.
I'm taking it as they don't want him to say anything about what's happening with Keon Ellis.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, we'll see tomorrow.
He didn't even listen to the question the guy asked. That was just that was a canned answer. He knew going in he was going to be like, "Hey, I'm charming," and give that answer. He gave his one quip and then turned to PR and he was like, "We're good. That's good," and then came back. Yikes! That was.
Play it again. Play it again. Let's hear it again.
The guy with the hair? Yeah. I saw him. He's a good-looking guy. What are you asking?
Is he walking around?
He looked good. Okay. You say Shannon, he look good?
Okay, the question, it's really soft, but I'm pretty sure the question Sean Cunningham asked him is, did he walk? To which he responds, he looked good.
That brother is not playing tomorrow. I don't think he's. I don't
Good
want
looking guy.
I don't.
What are you asking?
Is he walking around?
Yeah.
He asked him, did he walk? And his response was,
Yeah.
I don't think he's playing tomorrow. And I know this. I'm doing the classic. The media will take anything and run with it. Yeah, I am. Because I just don't think that he needs to play tomorrow.
that was just a crazy answer. I'm hearing it for the first time. That was crazy.
What are you asking?
Is he walking around?
Yeah.
But I'm just confused as to why this secrecy. Am I completely missing something? I mean, this isn't a playoff. I get it, but what's the line between, I guess, gameplay and just giving updates? So I guess they just figure you'll know tomorrow. Everybody will know tomorrow.
That's what made it so weird to me is I wasn't concerned about Keon Ellis before this. Now I'm like, should I be concerned?
I mean, he's smiling, right? He's smiling. He's smiling the whole time. But I don't know, man. Like I said, if you can't beat the Jazz without Keon Ellis, especially with adding Markelle Fultz and what he brings, you got bigger problems. Keon is too important to this team. I wouldn't play him tomorrow. You're traveling, and then after this, you have the Texas showdown with the Mavericks and the Rockets. I wouldn't play him. No, Doug. I wouldn't play him. So that's.
Are you sure?
Doug doesn't want to play him. Doug doesn't want to play him. So that's what Doug had to say about Keon. Everybody clamoring. Hey, Allen, is there a Keon Ellis update? Kyle.
What are you asking?
Is he walking around?
Yeah.
That's a crazy thing to respond to the question of did he walk around?
Yeah, did he walk around?
The more I hear it, I'm pretty sure that's what Sean said. I can enhance the question a little bit, but I'm pretty sure he asks, did he walk around?
I think it's probably, is he walking around all right? That's probably what the question is. So going back to last night, it was reported from Jason Anderson that Keon wanted to come back into the game. He wanted to come back into the game yesterday after, during halftime, but it actually ended up being more sore than he realized, and he did not go back into the game. You have the Jazz up next. I would not play Keon. He's just too important. So that's where we're at with the Keon update for all of you that were curious about that. Another thing that was brought up as Domas did some availability, he said this is from Brendan Nunez, who is part of that media scrum. Domantas Sabonis talked about how he's adjusting to Zack LaVine's tendencies and preferences. Here's the quote. "We talked in the last couple of days. He likes it different than other guys, so I'm glad he spoke up. He likes the ball passed to him so he can hold the ball and create. What I do with other guys, he prefers it in a different way. So that's good to know." So going back, look, and I know things got a little bit gloom and doom as we listened to or read what Sam Quinn had to say. But look, this team is still growing. I mean, the issue has always been the timeline. But this team and getting to know one another, they haven't had a lot of time. That's been part of the issue. And they're not going to have a lot of time because this is a win now situation. Get into the playoffs at all costs. So this whole thing needs to be accelerated a bit. And as we see, and when Domas said something like that, it makes sense. Oh, yeah, they're still trying to figure things out and, get everyone on one accord. And as every game passes, hopefully we continue to see it move forward. Look, the reality is, do I wish that they had the gauntlet that they have in March? No. But at least they have a couple games here to continue to get to know each other, to continue to figure out who likes what and where and when they want to do certain things. So again, tomorrow night is a game where you can take advantage. It's crazy, and I know that they would never do this, but because it's a respect thing as well, there's a part of me that I didn't really want them to come out against the Hornets. Get your work in. Those are NBA players. I know that they're not a good team, but there is not a lot of time here. There was actually a part of me, to be completely honest with you, that wanted the Hornets to keep it somewhat close because I wanted the Kings to win, last 2 minutes of the game. And I know it sounds silly, but 2 minutes of the game, you go up by 20-25. Hey, they just mathematically can't figure it out. I actually wanted the Kings to be in a closer match with the Hornets simply for reps. And I think tomorrow night, I don't think it'll be 40 points because after this, you get thrown in the pool. Okay? And here's the craziest thing. When it comes to the Kings record, I know we've been talking about their wins and losses and how they have whatever wins and some bad losses. When they face the Rockets, this will be by far the best team. And I know they're not playing the best, but this will be by far the best team that the Kings have faced in the interim beam team Zack LaVine era. And that's coming up. So, and you're going to have to win some of these games because it's not getting easier. So you're going to have to win some of these games against the teams that are actually in playoff contention if you want to win. So that's it.
Quick update before we go to break. Apparently, LaMelo Ball is now out tonight for the Hornets against Golden State.
Of course.
The point spread should be like 40 for this game, right?
I mean, if you're the Warriors, they wouldn't do it. But if you're the Warriors, I know they wouldn't do it for the same reason. They're still getting used to playing with Jimmy. But there is an argument to be had to not play Steph tonight. A legitimate argument.
Yeah, I think you're right. But
they won't do it. But there is a legit argument to not play Steph tonight. I don't know that you can not play Steph and Draymond, but and then you have Jimmy, so Jimmy's just out there alone. So you're not going to do it. But the Warriors probably don't intend on playing their guys after the second half or in the second half. That's the goal. That's crazy.
Be done. Which now that I realize in the last 3 games for the Hornets, LaMelo Ball has now played 0 minutes in the fourth because they were down 50 to the Blazers, 3 minutes in the fourth because they were down 40 to the Kings, and is not going to play at all tonight.
It's just a complete disaster. What a mess. All right, Whitey Gleason joins us on the other side. Don't go anywhere as we lead you up to the drive, guys. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip off at 6.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
The huge President's Day sale is on at Maida Chevy, Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Save $10,250 off MSRP after rebates on new half-ton Silverado LT. After rebates with over 50 in stock. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $10,250 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I'm George Washington, and I approved this message. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. 5 to the Southern Western 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
With NBA League Pass, keeping up with the league is as easy as NBA. Watch from multiple angles and in your preferred language. Wait, really? Oh, new guy, huh? Yeah, you get so many live games, recaps, and highlights.
So the court is my oyster.
It's your Pelican, Wolf, Bull, Nugget, Big Blue Dog, whatever you want it to be. NBA League Pass, your home for streaming hoops. Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss your chance to win tickets to the Sacramento Boat Show and Off-Road Expo March 6th through the 9th at Cal Expo, the largest outdoor recreation show in the market. Just go to SactownSports.com now for your chance to win.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SactownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Tall Kings. Here is Allen. Whitey Gleason joins us. Hey, to close out the show. And Whitey, we spent a lot of time. We finally got to the Sam Quinn article. That's kind of how we ended the show. But as far as what you saw last night, taking away, hey, these are the takeaways that are real from playing a really bad team, and these are the takeaways that are whatever, you played a bad team. And one of the things that I did want to take away is, although, and the Kings just spoke in after practice, and although I don't expect Zack LaVine to shoot 80% from the field in every single game, he needs to get going early and often. And that's how I have felt this whole time. I've talked about him kind of just being in the corner. Domas, after practice, Brendan asked a great question as far as Domas learning, okay, this is what he wants to do with the basketball versus what other guys want to do with the basketball. So everybody is learning. It's just they have limited time. What are the things that you will take away from the game last night that aren't just the Hornets are terrible?
Yeah, that was going to be my biggest one. Like, they're one of the worst teams I've ever seen.
Yeah, ever.
Wow.
And that's what was crazy because
nothing against the Kings. They won. It's like, forget that. But
no, it's
that
bad.
Team's terrible.
Well, Sam Quinn, he had them ranked, I think, ahead of the Kings. Now, this is front office, not just the actual team, but that was one where I said, are we sure? I mean, I guess, we have young talent, or they have young talent, young assets, so he's ranking that above teams in purgatory, which is fine. But yeah, they're terrible. But besides that, what from the Kings do you feel, hey, this could also work against non-terrible teams?
I thought it was interesting that Keon entered the game with like 8 minutes left.
Yeah, it wasn't 5 minutes, hadn't even passed yet.
So it was like the 7:50 something mark. So it was like at the 4 minute mark, basically. It's 8 minutes left. So that was interesting. And then it's interesting what you say about Zack LaVine, because I've kind of had a chicken or the egg question about last night. Did the offense look so much better, and was it so much crisper and more organized because he shot well, or did he shoot well because the offense was so much more organized? I'm with you, though. He's got to lead the charge. I think when you look at the different ways this team can go based on how they're built, I think they need him to be something close to what he was last night, almost every night, for them to have the best chance to win.
Yeah, and the tough part is not to just poo-poo what the Kings did, but he has, I think, only 3 losses in his career against the Hornets. Now, the Hornets stink, but Zack LaVine owns the Hornets. So I had a feeling, and I took him in my prop talk, I had a feeling that I didn't think this was coming, but he normally plays pretty well. So again, even facing the Jazz, I think it's perfect because even though the Jazz only have 14 wins, I don't know if it's just me and maybe it's the injuries from the Hornets, but I feel like the Jazz are much better than the Hornets, even though they have the same roster. Maybe because they have better pieces.
Better. Yeah, they're better.
Right? They have not the same roster. They have the same record.
Yeah.
They both have 14 wins, but I feel like the Jazz will at least give some type of, because after this, you get thrown in the pool. So at least you can have a game against an NBA team.
The pool, they're not playing Washington.
I know. I thought the same thing. Because Allen loves Jordan Poole.
That's right. I do.
Yeah.
Great season for him.
There's the big picture of what everybody's record is, and then there's a snapshot of where they are right now. And last night was the 7th of 9 straight road games for the Hornets, and they just set a record for worst margin of defeat over 2 consecutive games. So right now they're dreadful. They're a bad team, but right now I think they're much worse than the Jazz are. One more takeaway I had last night, just watching, and don't leap to conclusions or misunderstand me. The Kings have one of the more talented benches they've had in a long time. You know, the one thing they lack on the bench is that guy that comes in and boom can give you instant offense, which was Malik. But they went from, man, this bench is terrible, to a bench that has some serviceable guys.
Yeah, you're excited when some of them come in. I really like, now he didn't attempt a shot, but Jake LaRavia.
5 assists.
Yeah, 5 assists. He was, I think, a plus 28. So I really liked what I saw from him. And I think, you know, Brendan had to walk me back when I said, Jake LaRavia, if he got Keegan's minutes, how different would it look? And it wasn't about me trying to disrespect Keegan. It was more about how offensively they just really haven't prioritized Keegan, and how that's something that they're going to have to more so address in the offseason. A lot of people are really high on Markelle Fultz. I still need to see more. I didn't see a lot of, wow, this is some pure point guard play here again. It's against the Hornets, so I don't know how much we were going to see. But what were your takeaways from Markelle Fultz?
He defends. That's, I think, the main thing.
Yeah.
He's a good defender. And, you know, you need that at the point of attack. And when they lost De'Aaron, that's one of the things that I'm sure they were aware it might happen. But, man, I think they really felt it perhaps even more than they thought they would. And Markelle Fultz handles the ball with a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think there's some potential upside there. But especially to me, it's at the defensive end with him.
Yeah. Well, look, again, I'm happy that it happened. I'm happy that they got the W. I think all of us are kind of in the right headspace, and maybe it's because the Kings have let you down.
You know what else happened last night? And I know you were there. That crowd from Monday against Charlotte, that place was rocking.
That's right.
I was really surprised.
That's right.
You know, we know what these fans can do, but last night I was like, oh my goodness, when Zack LaVine went on that heater and the fans started their own, like, it just got really into it. I was really impressed with that.
We'll give them something to cheer about.
Yes, you're right.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, give them something to cheer about. And these fans, even if there's nothing to cheer about, they'll convince themselves that there's something to cheer about. Now they head off to Utah, and after that, they're going to be in Texas. And
were you the one booing the loudest when they showed De'Aaron's picture?
Man, oh man. No, I was gone by then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said he left even before Zach hit all those 3-pointers.
No, I did see that, and I left shortly after. So.
Whitey, I'm sure you'll love this also. Jake LaRavia is still shooting 0% from the free throw line as a Sacramento King.
Okay.
So Allen's saying that guy's going to be better on offense than Keegan Murray if you give him enough chances.
I'm saying they need to prioritize Keegan, and I like what he does defensively. I really do. Valanciunas, are you worried at all? We talked about the good, the bad, the ugly, and Malik Monk, just some really ridiculous turnovers. And I feel like I don't know if his turnovers are worse because or they seem worse because he's handling the ball more, but there were some circus type, you just ate a bucket of popcorn before the game turnovers with Malik.
The ones that get me, and I know, like you mentioned, when he dribbled the ball out of bounds, but the ones where he kind of throws from the wing, like he floats a pass up top and it has no chance of getting there. I would bench 8th graders for making a play like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's capable of, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Yeah. And I don't, again, when they brought in Markelle Fultz, it was a little bit of back and forth. He brought the ball up. Markelle Fultz brought the ball up. They'll find their way. And I think Markelle Fultz is going to get at least 10 minutes a game moving forward. I'd be surprised, especially now with the Keon injury, and you had Doug Christie not really give an update. I don't know if you heard that.
He made the same sound my garage door made when I needed to get it replaced. Literally. Yeah. Yeah. We'd open the garage door.
Yeah. And,
we got to get a new garage.
Got to get it replaced.
That's it.
So personally, I would not play Keon in Utah. I wouldn't.
You don't even know what's wrong with him, right?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
You heard it here first. Allen Stiles. The Kings will be better without Keon Ellis.
No. I think you need him. You need to get him right. And I don't think you should need him against the Jazz is all I'm saying.
You like Jazz?
As the Valanciunas piece of this, I guess I was going to say, funny enough, because of the volume and how much he played, it probably won't be. But that's probably one of the worst games Domantas Sabonis has played in a very long time.
He didn't have numbers. What did he do badly? He didn't take that many shots.
He had 4 turnovers.
The turnovers were bad. Yeah, but he didn't take that many shots, and they won by
Right, 40 points.
Yeah. So worst game he's ever had? 3 for 6.
No, I didn't say worst game he's ever had.
You said one of the worst games he's ever had.
I meant this season.
Semantics.
I meant this season. Do you think there's any...
He wasn't as productive as he's been.
Do you think there's any transition conversation that's maybe going on with Domantas Sabonis? Oh, yeah, I'm really glad my brother Valanciunas is here, but he's kind of handling that difference, and he's getting...
To me, a bigger issue could be running the offense through him. Doug said last night after the game, I know you got to go here pretty soon, so Doug said after the game, we want to run everything through Domas, but he also said, we don't want to run DHOs just to run DHOs. If you just run a DHO just because that's what you run, we don't want to do that anymore. We want to attack. So I'm wondering if they're de-emphasizing certain aspects of Domas's touches.
Well, it's funny because I spent some time on how time being a circle, and this whole thing started off with the read and react offense, and all of a sudden they are right back to the DHOs. And I think Doug is saying, hey, this is not trying to scare people. We're not going back to the Mike Brown situation, but we do need to implement it more. And I think we all saw that last week, whenever it was, when it was, all right, these guys need a little bit of structure here.
Yeah.
Right. When you throw a bunch of dudes together after the trade deadline and the All-Star break, at least give them a little kickstart, and then they can figure things out. And I think that's what Doug is looking for, just a bit of a kickstart. Not we're doing this over and over again, but just, hey, when you get stuck or something, like they weren't running nothing with Zack LaVine when he got on his heater, but
real quick before we go, Whitey, I have a fun quiz question for you. During the, how Doug said we want to shoot 50 3-pointers.
Right.
During the Beam Team season, number 1 offense in NBA history, high flying. Do you know how many 3-pointers per game the Kings took?
I'm going to guess 32.
You're close. 37. Since Doug Christie has taken over as head coach, do you know how many 3-pointers the Kings have taken per game?
It's around, they've been all over the place. It's around 35.
It's 37.
Okay,
They're shooting exactly the same.
Yeah.
High flying offense is coming back.
They shoot 50.
That's right. The Drive guys are coming right at you. Thanks for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Kyle, as always. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson.
Kyle Draper's sick today. He won't be here, but it's going to be a fun show.
Wow, yeah, Kyle. Feel better.
Got a sore throat.
All right. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the beam.
All right.
It's good. Obviously coming into a different situation.
Gotta go.
Wednesday night, Kings and Jazz. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 4:30. Tip off at 6.
The Kings play here on